Okay, I'm recording. Okay, never mind. Hold on, VOD viewers. I've just been given a stretch and a hydrate. That means you have to stretch and hydrate as a result of clicking on this VOD. Maybe not the hydrate. I don't know if you've got water there or what, but you probably should have something. You should drink. You should drink. Humans need to drink. Okay. Okay, now we're ready to start VLR. Whoop whoop woo! Yes, we only have two endings left. I feel... So who are we missing? Phi and Quark? It feels a bit unfair that we've had 10 Miyojis ending, because from what I recall, it was a letter Quark gave us about Quark. So... cool. We're gonna see Sigma in his car? Yeah, you know, you couldn't... I don't think it would be possible to finish off VLR without one more view of Sigma in his car. Like, I would go so far as to say this is what the entire game is about, really, you know? If you don't start off a VLR VOD with Sigma's crotch, then what really are we looking at? One more shirt? We might get another one, yeah. Okay, so... this is the bombs. Yes. This is 5 minutes of life. Oh, so we are starting today off with a choice. Ooh. Actually, even though we're starting off today with a choice, I'm pretty sure last time, didn't we agree we were going to start off with this one? Because it would probably be absolutely nothing. And it'd be really underwhelming. I'm pretty sure we did. So let me see, this path is... we go with Alice, we betray her, we go through the green door, with Clover, we find Alice after she's gone missing, and then we betray Clover. So that we can get out. The question is, who are we paired with? Such that...
2 minutes remain until Ambidex's game polling closes.
I just want a little bit of context here. Yeah,
what are you
okay.
going to do?
Yeah, we're paired with Luna. we're paired with Luna. Oh, we have the hand! Right, okay. Betraying Alice and Clover in one run. Yeah, this is the good ending, really. I like how betray is almost never the correct option, but then you do have to betray twice in order to actually get the bomb ending, which seems to be correct. Hello, Melody. Hello, 20.
Luna and I stepped out of the AB room. I could see the others filing out of their rooms as we did.
Why?
I didn't have an answer for her. All I could think about was that white liquid.
Milk? Yes, we called it milk. Yes, milk was the legal name. The illegal thing to say... actually, am I even... yeah, okay, we are a minute into the recording on YouTube. I'm allowed to say this. Yeah, the illegal name was Sigma has cum where his blood is, and blood where his cum is.
Milkies.
What was it? Some kind of discharge? Blood? No. It couldn't be blood. Blood wasn't white. That was insane. I was lost in thought when Luna spoke.
I'm going to the infirmary.
Huh? Don't you want to see the results?
Why? I already know what they're going to be.
Her usually warm personality seemed to have gone cold. Whether it was because I'd chosen betray or because she'd noticed something was wrong with my body, I couldn't say.
Someone drew that image? Yeah. Someone drew the hand.
Excuse me.
Hello, Ash.
And with that, she was gone.
I can't wait to never have to do Sigma's voice ever again. Like, I'm really bad at it.
I turned back to the projection. With heavy steps, I headed toward Kei, Dio, and Tenmyoji.
Results from round 2 of the Ambidex game will now be displayed. Please direct your attention to the results screen.
You know, the actual worst part of every single stream the squad. The actual worst part of every single stream starting with a Sigma crotch shot is that it... Oh no. Oh no, we're the only one who betrayed anyone. Oh, this is the worst. Anyway, I was gonna say it always shows up as one of the thumbnail options for the VODs on YouTube, !VODs to see the VODs channel. And it's like, I can't use that. Why does it always show up? It's not like I start recording at exactly the same time, click play at exactly the same time. Luna already left, tell her she did the vote. Classic Luna. Ooh.
Points have been assigned or subtracted accordingly. Please check your bracelet to see your updated bracelet points.
What the hell?
Sigma has 9 BP?
See? I told you! The bastard's finally showing his true colors. What the hell are you doing? Clover isn't even voting!
I have misjudged you. I never thought you would do something so cowardly.
There was nothing I could say. I had chosen betray of my own volition. But... had I really? Had I really pressed that button of my own free will? The more I thought about it, the more I felt as if some other force had guided my hand to the button. Perhaps it had been fear? I was scared by the white fluid that had appeared on my palm. Maybe that had been the tipping point, and I decided that I had to escape as soon as possible. Damn the consequences! If I got out, then the nightmare would be over. That's all it was, right? A nightmare? It couldn't be real. White blood was insane. Impossible. That was when I looked up and saw the others staring at my hand. Shit. I quickly put my hand behind my back, but it was already too late. They moved toward me like wolves closing in for the kill.
Sigma?
What happened between you and Luna in there?
What was that?
He was cut. It must have been blood.
But why was it white?
Isn't that obvious?
That's the stream title! Isn't that obvious? Isn't that obvious? Isn't that obvious?
He's not human.
Not human.
No! What are you saying? Of course I'm human. I'm 100% human!
Then explain that white stuff.
I swear to God, I have no idea what it is. You have to believe me!
I'm afraid you're not being very convincing.
Oh, you want to talk? We can't even see you. You could be a robot. Maybe that's not even a suit. That's just you. Robot you.
No. That seems extremely unlikely. However bad my amnesia might be, I am quite sure of my humanity.
Scenes come, Sigma.
Guys, no, it's not a cut. I got off in the AB room.
I am, without a doubt, not a robot.
They probably just programmed you to think that.
Alright, it's pretty obvious this guy's dangerous and probably unhinged. We should take him down.
I agree.
Looks like there's no other way. Now that he's got 9 BP from stabbing Clover in the back, there's a good chance he'll try and get out of here by himself.
Hey, hold on a minute. Let's not do anything rash. I didn't have a choice. I spun around and ran for the number 9 door.
No, I don't think so!
Shit. Let go! Let go of me! I was no match for all three of them. Before I could take 2 steps, I was on the floor, pinned. The desperation was only getting stronger, however, and I writhed and twisted in a futile attempt to get free. God damn it! You have to let me go! This is all some kind of mistake! A misunderstanding! It's a conspiracy!
So, there's a conspiracy to turn your blood white? You're a funny guy.
Stop trying to get away. It's over.
Shit. Get off me! Let me go!
If you won't calm down, then you leave me no choice. I'd hoped we could avoid this. Try not to struggle too much.
No! Don't!
Wrap your heart in tinfoil to stop the government from turning your blood white.
The first thing I felt when I woke up was the hard pain of a bruise all the way across my neck. Kay must have suffocated me. My head felt like it had been stuffed with cotton, and I had to put out a hand to steady myself as I stood up. Where am I? Is this the infirmary? How long had I been out? My foot bumped into something, and I looked down to see the injection gun. A glass vial labeled Sopril was still attached to it. The anesthetic. After choking me, they'd made sure I wasn't getting up in the near future. That meant I could have been asleep for a long time. Where is everyone? I glanced around the room. It was empty, except for me. It took me a moment to realize what was especially odd about that. Even Quark and Alice had disappeared. What the hell's going on? That was when I noticed it. Quark and Alice weren't the only things that had disappeared. 2 other things, 2 other very important things, were also gone. My bracelet and my left hand. For a long moment, I just stared, dumbstruck. What I was seeing couldn't possibly be real. But there it was, a smooth cross-section of my arm where a hand should have been. A thick, white liquid dripped slowly from the stump. What is this? Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Yeah! A scream clawed its way out of my body, taking my mind with it. And after that, nothing.
Whew, we doing the Why is Sigma Not Dead arc? No, we just betrayed Clover at a random point. And it turns out if we betray Clover there, then it looks like everyone just decides to cut off Sigma's hand, take his bracelet, and all leave together. I guess the theory was right, they did just need to unite against a common enemy.
Two other things were also missing. I suppose I won't be dripping any more white liquid without those.
My dog waking up from coming back from the vet. Okay, so this timeline, we wake up in the AB room with 5, and we decide to go through the yellow door with Tenmyoji. We decide to ally with Tenmyoji, and he betrays us, which leaves Sigma and 5 with only 1 BP. And we decide to go through the red door, the laboratory, with Dio. And here's where we reach the issue. If we betray Dio, then we reach a terrible ending because Quark dies. But if we ally with Dio, then Sigma ends up getting injected with Soporil and only has 5 minutes to live before he's injected with the muscle relaxant. And this was the first ending I think we ever came across, and this is what's looking like our final plot lock. So let's see how Sigma gets out of this one.
What?
Sigma's BP is...
Negative.
Suddenly all eyes were on me. I felt their weight, but stood my ground. It was the result I had expected. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. I didn't have to wait long. There was a sharp, quick pain in my wrist, barely even noticeable. I couldn't feel anything flowing into my veins, but I knew it was there. First would be the anesthetic Soporil. I blinked, and my vision started to blur. When I tried to think, it felt like my mind had been stuffed with cotton. My legs began to wobble, then gave out entirely as I crumpled to the floor.
Sigma! Sigma! Hang on! Hey! Sigma! Get up!
Sigma!
Oh no! Oh no, oh no, oh no!
It is funny to follow up Sigma's like most dickish moment with probably his most virtuous. Like, he literally went into this knowing he would die.
Trying to open my eyelids was like trying to lift sheets of lead. My eyes lost the ability to focus, but I could make out a blur that had to be Dio in front of the number 9 door. Damn it. You'll keep your promise. God damn it. I groaned and with a Herculean effort lifted my head and then my sluggish body off the floor. Every step was a battle, and whenever I shifted my weight, my muscles threatened to give out again. Somehow I forced myself ahead, a single thought burning in my mind. I would reach Dio. Then at last, the smudge of color faded into a recognizable person. I threw out my hand in front of him. Give it back. Give me the medicine.
Give it back. Don't act like it's yours. Aren't we supposed to share everything we find here?
I don't care. Just hand me the medicine.
What are you talking about?
We found the Excelivir in the laboratory.
And Dio stole it.
What?
You mean he has it? Right now?
Yeah. So?
I kept my promise. Now you... I wasn't a fool. I knew the kind of person Dio was. There was a chance he wouldn't give us back the Excelivir. If he didn't, then I'd die with my hands around his throat. I gathered as much of my mind as I could, and got ready to attack.
Fine.
Not quite what I've been expecting.
Here.
With a shrug, he pulled the vial out of his pocket and tossed it toward me. I caught it and pulled the tiny glass bottle to my chest, worried I might drop it. The label said, unmistakably, Excelivir. It was the real thing. Clover, take it. I held it out toward her.
Right. Of course.
She quickly tucked it into her pocket. Good. Now at least Quark will be alright. With that, the last of my strength left me, and I dropped to my knees.
Sigma! Are you okay? Sigma! Sigma!
I guess this is it.
First is the Soporil real wits put you to sleep. 9 minutes later, the tubo curarine is injected, numbing your respiratory muscles.
I really wish I sounded like Zero the Third. I won't lie. Like how trans people can have voice training. Can cis people have voice training to specifically to sound like Zero the Third? Is that an option?
I guess you could say it'll really take your breath away.
No one punched you? I know, right? Like, he was just allowed to walk on out of here.
9 minutes. Once the soap roll was injected, I had 9 minutes until the muscle relaxant followed it. About 4 minutes had already passed, which left me with 5, give or take a little. In 5 minutes, I would be dead. What could I do in 5 minutes? How could I save myself? I gave a raspy, quiet laugh. Even with death staring me in the face, I seemed to be determined to struggle right up until the very end.
Yes, you show them some clips and they help you aim for a kind of voice as a target if the coach is good. I feel like if I showed up with Zero the Third, the coach would turn me away, I gotta be honest. I'm glad it's an option, but yeah, I don't think it would be, like...
Okay, Sigma. You can do this. Clinging desperately to what little consciousness I had left, I racked my brain for any possible solutions.
Voice coaches don't have morals, all they care about is money, it'll be fine. Buddy, I like your voice. Aw. Thank you. I don't hear that very often. That is one of the lesser things that I think chat compliments. And before chat, I basically never got compliments at all because I was like nerdy loner kid. So of course I didn't. Like her voice too. I'm also pretty sure I said that before. I just think it sounds odd, but if people are vibing with it, then alright, alright. But I suppose, to be fair, my audience might be a little bit biased. Because of course they do. My voice is weird though, I don't know what happened. It's because it's like a Glaswegian voice, and I was raised, like, speaking properly. So I've got a Glaswegian accent, but I don't have like the... Oh, right there, I'm from Glasgow, I say. Like, you know, I don't have that sort of typical Glaswegian accent. I'm guessing that's a part of it. A part of it might also be, I feel like it's... I can't quite figure it out. There's something that feels a bit off with it, but it's not that it's like nasally, it's like it comes from the wrong part of me for where a voice should come from. And I don't really know how to explain what on earth I mean by that. But like when I talk with Sigma's voice, I know what I'm doing. Maybe it's actually just because I'm not doing anything with this voice. Like this is just the voice God gave me. Maybe that's why it feels weird. It's easier to judge Sigma's voice because that's me putting on a voice. Anyway.
I racked my brain for any possible solutions. How could I save myself? How? There had to be something. Every problem, no matter how difficult, has a solution. There's always another option. Hopelessness is a state of mind.
Holy shit. Sigma, you're like doing way more for me than these antidepressants ever had. Hopelessness is a state of mind. There's always another option. There's always something you can do. Even if it's not the thing you wanted to do. Even if it's not the path you wanted to take. There's always something you can do.
I just had to think. Think. If there was a way out, I'd find it. I wasn't ready to give up on life yet. There had to be an answer.
Sigma, what's wrong with your hand?
Big words for a guy who usually gets to pick between exactly two things and who ends up having to do both anyway. I mean, he doesn't know that.
There's something white on it. The structure of the bones in your arms isn't anything close to human.
I still can't get over the fact that, like, his robot arms are wired directly into his veins and his circulatory system. Like, that's so terrible. Why? Why? I know it's only so that he can die in other paths, without revealing that he has them, but like, fucking why?
Your arms are cybernetic.
Oh, gotta hand it to you. That's the name of opening that lock.
What the hell was that?
I have cybernetic arms? Isn't wired that way, they might not work. No, I understand wiring the nerves, but you don't have to wire the veins. Like, because there shouldn't be white stuff in his arms. It should be blood by this point. If his veins are wired directly into them. They're still constantly pumping blood out in that direction, you know? I have cybernetic arms? It was both shocking and utterly obvious. Of course my arms are artificial. Titanium alloy bones with an ABT exterior to mimic human skin. But I had no idea why. Nor did I know when my human arms, which I distinctly remembered having, had been replaced. And that flash of Luna I'd seen. I was certain it had never happened. Those things hardly mattered, though. If I survived, I could worry about them later. The fact that my arms were mechanical, however, that might be useful. I called up all the strength I had left and stood one more time. What are you waiting for? Why don't you open it already? Sorry, hold on, we just gonna ignore the fact that Kay is standing right there and could stop Dio? Even if his arms weren't artificial, shouldn't the other people immediately decide to cut off Sigma's hand now in the 9 minutes they have? For some reason, that idea never pops up. Also, how can you cut off his hand without it causing him any actual lasting harm when they're wired up to his veins?
What?
Did I stutter? Open the number 9 door.
Sigma, what are you saying?
Looks like you finally gave up. Whatever. I was just about to flip the switch anyway.
Kay, stop him, break his arms.
Then hurry up and...
Hey, don't rush me. Okay, you've got 9 BP now, right?
Oh, okay.
Yes?
Well, what do you say? Want to come with?
I will remain here.
Why?
I cannot abandon Sigma.
Don't worry about me. Oh, you have to get outside and call for help.
But
Do you think Dio will? If he's the only one who gets out of here, there's no hope for the rest of us. You're the only one we can count on.
I understand.
Great. Glad we got that settled. Shall we go?
No! Stop!
I began to move, but it was already too late. Like, 4 minutes too late. Not entirely sure what she was doing over there. Dio grabbed the lever and threw it down. Dio grabbed the lever and threw it back.
The number 9 door has been opened. It will remain open for 9 seconds.
It's been fun. Peace.
I promise to call for help and return as soon as I can. Please, do not give up hope.
Yeah, I know. Just get going already. But... just you, Kay.
Huh?
As Dio turned to look at me, I crouched. Then, calling on every last bit of strength my weird body could supply, I launched myself toward him like a coiled spring. I slammed into his legs, knocking him to the floor and wrapping my hands around his ankle before he could get back up.
Hey! What are you doing, you bastard? The door's gonna close! Let go! Let go, goddammit! Let me go!
He lashed out with his free leg at my head, shoulders, and arms, but I held on. I ignored the pain, tightening my grip with every blow.
Hey! What the hell is this shit? Why are you doing this?
Stretch? Yeah, that means you gotta stretch at home. On the high stretch. I should just bundle those into one package called streamer maintenance, really. Though it would be a little bit more expensive than the two of them individually. Because adding the two of them individually isn't a prime number.
I kept my promise, didn't I?
Yeah, so did I. As far as I recall, I didn't say anything about letting you escape.
What? Shit! Stop screwing around, asshole! I have to get out of here.
I like that the door's still making a noise this whole time. Is it closing? Is it opening? Like, what's its deal? What's that noise? What is that?
I'm not going to let my sacred mission get fucked up by some self-righteous idiot!
Dio began to pull himself along with his elbows, bit by bit edging closer to the exit. He was headed straight through the door, but the gate was already beginning to close. Only a few feet to spare before it shut, he crawled across the threshold and beyond the door.
Sigma! Stop! That's enough! Please, you have to let go!
The door's going to shut on you if you don't let go!
Alright. See you later, Dio.
You're an idiot right up until the end, aren't you? Just hurry up and die, you senile old fuck!
No. I'm gonna live.
The number 9 door has closed. This ends the nonary game. Thank you for your participation. As the game is over, all doors other than the number 9 door have been unlocked.
I wanted to give Dio a last good scare before he left. I like the idea that he coiled up his hand into like a middle finger before it got cut off. Like that was the real plan. That was all it was.
Escape is not possible. Please enjoy your stay.
The announcer's voice grated at the inside of my skull. I felt tired. So very, very tired. Felt my eyes flutter closed. And then nothing.
Do you not count thumbs, Gooey? Do you not believe in them?
Sigma! Sigma!
Finally awake, huh?
Where am I? I rubbed my eyes and slid my legs off the bed to stand up. Well, to be honest, it was an examination table, not a bed. Which meant... the infirmary, huh?
I guess they carried you out here after you passed out.
You guess?
Well, I wasn't there to see it.
Yeah, Alice, don't take this the wrong way, but why didn't you kill yourself?
I was out just like you. But I was in the AB room.
Why?
That bastard Kay. He punched me in the stomach. I can't believe him. He didn't want me voting, so...
Oh. After he knocked you out, he voted betray, which brought his BP up to 9. But then he tried to stay to look after me anyway, so like that's really confusing. I don't really... I feel bad talking about him behind his back, but like, I do not fucking get that guy.
Yes.
So, where is he now?
On the other side of the number 9 door. With Dio.
You told him to go, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Is your arm okay?
Arm?
I heard what happened. Cybernetic arms, huh? Can't say I'm surprised. I was starting to get a feeling something was up with you.
What's that meant to mean? Tammy would just say, yeah, you know, like, we can always tell, actually, because they don't actually look like real arms. They're different. Like, I knew the whole time, actually. Yeah, I knew. I knew. Yeah. Fucking old people.
I looked down at my left hand. Or rather, I looked down to where my left hand should have been. Instead, there was a stub, wrapped in white gauze. I told myself I'd do anything to get the cure, even if it meant letting Dio betray me, but I had a feeling I might come to miss my hand. Oh yeah. How's Quark?
I'm right here.
Quark! Oh man, I'm glad you're alright. Feeling better?
Yep. Thanks to you. You got the medicine from that jerk Dio, right? Luna gave it to me and now I'm better. Thanks. You're the best, Mr. Sigma. You saved my life.
It seemed they'd shared stories while I was asleep. Everyone knew how I'd made a deal with Dio and about the journal we found with the Latin in it. Clover and Phi seemed to have done most of the talking.
It was completely the opposite of what we guessed.
You know who else is alright now? Who else? He's not anti-disabled, he's just prosthetics critical, actually!
I'm not a bigot, I'm just, you know... It's just common sense.
We're not infected. The rest of the world is. That means this place isn't a quarantine facility. It's more like a shelter.
Well, we don't know anything for sure yet.
Sigma's alright now? I mean, that's true. Oh, because he's missing. Because he's missing his laughter. Sorry, Ravane. I might be stupid.
I thought the same thing you did, but then Sigma pointed out a couple of discrepancies.
Speaking of discrepancies, you said couple of. Because your line just has bullshit grammar.
Yeah. Phi and I have already gone over it, but... I explained what I'd noticed.
I had a dream last night, actually, about Sigma and Phi. Like, I was Sigma, and Phi was there. And there was, like... someone had been, like, irradiated? In some way? And basically anyone they came into contact with also became, like, basically they were like, it was like a zombie invasion kind of deal, but with what I would call, like, mutants instead. during her two? No, she... No, but I remember, like... I don't think there was anyone else there from VLR. I think they were all just random-ass people I've seen on the streets, but... Yeah, like, we had to find weird ways to escape. And... in the end... Sigma managed to save everyone by... mixing... like, ammonia and bleach. Which apparently, like, killed off the radiation. But not the people that were underneath somehow. Wasn't a dream, that was a premonition of the third game. Yeah, something like that. God. I should have spoken about it earlier. When it was more fresh in my mind, but oh well. That's mustard gas. Yeah, mustard gas cures zombification, didn't you know? Now explain what I'd noticed. 1. If we were in a shelter for uninfected people, why had Quark been infected? Any place designed to keep a virus like that out would have a lot of safeguards to keep anything from getting in. You just dreamed that mutants were killed with homemade mustard gas? I dreamed mutants were saved with homemade mustard gas. And first of all, Sigma Lottie had to, like, climb across, like, this volcano thing that was next to a lake, and then try climbing across, like, really thin wooden beams. And Vi slipped at one point and had to, like, hold on to Sigma Me, which, like, weighed down the beams more. I remember that because that was really tense and stressful for some reason, even though it was water, like, 2 feet below. So not too sure why that part was like, and you're wearing the shirt. It was Sigma! It was Sigma! It was just like, it was Sigma POV, which is why I like say like it was me and I was Sigma, but really it wasn't. I was Sigma in the same way that I am Sigma in VLR, right? Like, anyway, yeah, that's my story. Did the virus really bypassed all those measures? It didn't seem likely. 2. The timing of our abductions and the pandemic's outbreak was strange. It would make sense if we'd been rescued after the disease had become widespread, but that wasn't what had happened. First, we'd been abducted, then the pandemic had broken out. You dreamed you were playing a video game, is what you were saying? No, because it was real and it was terrifying and it was scary. So, like, fine, I guess I was Sigma. You were Sigma meant to gas loads of people to save them? So he didn't do it on purpose. He was hiding in, like, a storage cupboard. And then, like, basically all of the mutants discovered where he was. Kind of thing. Because they infected someone who had just escaped. And apparently they'd retained their memories, so they knew that Sigma was hiding under, like, some clothes. So he, like, jumped across some... like the tops of some cabinets. And I believe, like, someone else had already spilled the powdered bleach, because the ammonia was the liquid that basically just Sigma threw backwards as he ran. So I guess the bleach was just dust for some reason. But whatever. And that's what created the mustard gas. First we'd been abducted, then the pandemic had broken out. 3. We didn't know why Zero had put us in the nonary game. If we were survivors he wanted to protect, then why try and kill us? If we were in a shelter, why wasn't it safe?
Well, what about this? Maybe someone anticipated the pandemic. I don't know who. Probably Zero. Anyway, they grabbed us before the pandemic really started. Then they put us in the shelter. But then, after a while, he got bored, so he decided to have us play this game to kill time.
What on earth would make people he rescued play a game where they could die just because he was bored?
Well, we don't actually know if there is poison in this bracelet.
What?
You're the only one who's gotten injected so far. And when you did, it was only Soparil.
What are you saying? What I did at the number 9 door was all pointless?
No, that's not what I mean.
That can't be it. I'm sure there's tubocurarine in the bracelets.
Bleach does come in powdered form? There we go then. Boom. Dream made sense. Dream made sense.
The Atom's analysis confirmed it.
But what if the Atom is lying?
If you're going to do that, then we don't have anything to base any speculations on. You could say that the newspaper article was fake, or that the Latin journal wasn't real.
Or the journal was real, but my translation was a lie.
You made it up?
No, my translation was accurate. I'm just making the point that once you start talking about this stuff being fabricated, it doesn't stop. I don't think Zero is doing this just to take the piss out of a lime.
That's not a phrase. That's not... I've heard phrases. That's not one of them. That's not a phrase. Not a phrase that exists. Not real.
What?
Yep, that's the correct response to someone saying piss out of a lime. Yep.
I was just trying to stress that I don't think Zero would do this to pass the time.
Oh, okay, it was actually... Right, I thought this was just another case of it being a phrase I'd never heard before. No, that... Okay, no, fine. Sorry, writer, sorry. Once everything in a piece of media is open to be revealed to be fake, following the plot becomes meaningless. Hint, hint. I know, right? You have to trust with VLR. And with 999, you have to trust that the writers know what they're doing. In fact, one of the things that, like, really annoyed me, I was talking to Mal about VLR when I'd only done, like, one stream or something of it. And they were just like, oh, yeah, well, I mean, like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, I don't really... It doesn't really check out to me, it doesn't... And it's like, well, just trust it! Please, trust it! Yeah, how do you make that mistake?
However, I do think Clover has half a point.
Meaning?
That someone did anticipate this pandemic. That part seems reasonable.
Well, if the virus was spread on purpose, then I could see how that might make sense.
Does Mav really sound like that? Yes, and you can find out tomorrow in the Guinea Lottie Discord server. We're playing Gartic Phone as a lot event. Mav is hosting it. Exclamation mark Discord to join, and anyone is free to join the event. Gartic Phone is a game. Tomorrow, stream time. Boom. Thank you for the segue, Ravine.
Yeah. It's not like Noah put all the animals on his ark after the flood happened. He went around before the rain started falling to gather them all up, right?
That must have taken fucking ages.
Are you saying that we were rescued because we're all that's left of humanity?
We were brought here because someone knew there would be a pandemic that would turn us into an endangered species? Does that mean we're supposed to repopulate the planet?
Repopulate? I looked around and did a quick inventory. Four women, an old man, and a kid. That meant I was the only young, fertile male. Repopulation, huh? That didn't sound so bad. If that was the case, maybe there wasn't any reason to escape. If the newspaper and the journal were right, then the world outside was crawling with a deadly virus. Why would we go expose ourselves to that? This would be the safest, happiest place on Earth. Please don't think too hard about my grandchildren. Please don't.
The game's over. There's no point to any of this now.
No, that's not true.
Can Kay get the virus to the suit? I mean, we don't really even know how it's transmitted.
The game might be over, but we've still got a lot of unanswered questions. In fact,
but presumably,
we've got
yeah.
even more questions.
So, are those answers going to open the number 9 door again?
But it depends on... Are we fertile in some years? I think that might be, when you remove the context of it, the worst message anyone has ever sent in any chat. When you add the context, it does make sense. But when you remove it...
It's all over. Why we're stuck here doesn't mean shit. The 8 of us aren't leaving, ever. That's all that matters.
8?
You're including the old woman?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, don't take this the wrong way, Tenmyoji, but I don't think she was exactly gonna be thriving out there anyway.
Hey, you know what? What if the old lady is Zero Senior?
Yeah, you're right. We never even considered that.
But that would mean the person in charge of all this was murdered by somebody. That doesn't make sense.
Maybe she wasn't murdered.
Huh?
Are you saying she was infected with Radical 6?
And killed herself?
We didn't find a knife or any kind of weapon in the AB room with her.
Maybe she was killed somewhere else. And then someone carried her in there.
But... what?
But what though? Like... 3 bullet wounds to the back of the head. No gun found at the scene of the crime. Maybe he killed himself and hid the gun. It's like such a nonsense theory that has come from absolutely nowhere, and it requires such extreme justifications in order to mean anything.
What? That's ridiculous.
Well, maybe we should go take a look at her one more time. Maybe we missed something.
He is a child, but like... can't be that young.
Sure. Okay. We looked down at the body of the old woman. Vi was the first to move. Quietly and methodically, she began to examine the woman and her clothes. I just stood there. Even if she was dead, no, especially because she was dead, I just didn't feel right touching her. After a few silent minutes, Vi suddenly stopped.
As a child thinking about bad crime theories, I don't know, I feel like when I was Quark's age, I wasn't like... maybe a dinosaur did it, you know?
She pulled something from one of the old woman's sleeves and held it out toward me. A card?
Looks like an ID card for this place. Since it's got her picture on it, I'd say it's a safe bet the card is hers.
Huh. Looks like her name is... Kurashiki. Kurashiki. Ever heard it before?
Nope. You?
No. Anything on the back? Huh. There's something written here. It says... Jumpy doll.
This feels important. Ooh, we might be able to enter this into the... Okay, interesting.
Well, actually it says pass equals Jumpy doll. So I'm guessing Jumpy doll is a password of some sort.
Why would you pronounce it Jumpy?
The hell does that mean?
Beats me.
Looks handwritten.
Maybe it is Jumpy.
Huh. She must have put it on here herself so she wouldn't forget it.
Yeah.
We were still looking the card over when I heard a commotion from the other part of the room.
Alice, what's wrong?
Alice!
Oh no!
What are you planning to do with that?
Vi and I turned around and gasped.
Damn it.
We ran to the other end of the room and skidded around the partition. There stood Alice, her hand wrapped tightly around the scalpel. She didn't seem stable. Her eyes were flat and hollow. And I told myself, well, at least there's 3 other attractive women here. Her face was an emotionless mask. She was not well. The look on her face was all too familiar. Quark. She looked just like Quark had before he went insane. But that meant...
Goodbye.
Her hand moved, lifting the scalpel up high in the air, then driving it down toward her heart. This is an ending? We're done? We didn't even get a massive text dump about Quark. And I can only assume that it was Quark's ending. Alright. Just the Alice ending? No, we've already had that. I guess we already got everything about Quark, but the game wanted to, like, make this an ending. Can make coffee, BRB. Hurry, Gooey, hurry! An equal and opposite reaction saw Quark's ending in VLR. Did we, though? Was that Quark's ending? Did Quark have anything to do with that? The card was actually covered in Radical 6? Well, let's go see if we can do anything here. I don't know if we can. We've already solved this, but... It's interesting to me that, it's the same number of characters. Nine. And 9. But the 016 is what leads into the whole Luna timeline, because they're like, oh, but 016 is what was written. Okay, it's just a complete coincidence. Good to know. I did wonder. I was like, that can't go anywhere. There's no branch off of that. But it would have been remiss of me not to check. Okay, so now... all we have left... all we have left is disarming the bombs. Won't lie, thought this path would take longer. Which is why I didn't just stay up and do this all last time. Oops. Oh yeah, I suppose I should give context. Hold on. Shh, Fi. Okay, so... go with Alice through the first door, betray her, go with Fi through the green door. No. Go with Fi through the red door. Ally with her after having previously betrayed her down here in order to get her pissed off at us, which means that Sigma is down to some amount of BP. 4, I think.
And then this is the path where Fi decided to stay even though she had 9. And then Dio told us all about the bombs. So that's why we're here. We killing Alice? No, she killed herself.
You got it?
Yeah, right here.
Hook it up.
Right. Done.
Okay. Hurry it up. Plug in the password.
Done. Hey! What the hell?
Calm down. You probably just typed it in wrong.
No, no way. I'm sure I did it right.
Try it again.
Yeah, nothing. That password's no good.
Then it's different. All 3 bombs use different passwords.
Yeah, looks like it.
Shit!
Just another reason that I cannot relate to Alice.
Fi slammed her foot against the locker, her face uncharacteristically twisted by anger and frustration.
This is bad. What the hell are we gonna do? Try and remember it. Did you see or hear anything in another history that could be a password? A different password?
And this is the timeline where Fi and Sigma have, like, basically just come out and gone, oh yeah, by the way, we can, like, you know, into the Matrix. So that's kind of cool of us, I think.
You mean, like, a different history from the other one I remembered?
Yeah, you figured it out there. You just can't remember it very well right now. Remember what happened with the last bomb? This one is just like that.
Another history. Another history. The password. Do I know what it is? Can I remember it? I have to.
EQDDYRNTK.
Do I know
Damn,
it?
this is crazy.
Oh yeah.
So you did know it.
Yeah, guess so.
Don't scare me like that, alright?
Oh, come on, it's not like I was hiding it. I just couldn't remember it at first. And it just kind of floated up. Or maybe it drifted down?
Where are we now? We're in the bomb, password 1. Deactivating the bombs.
Whatever. Point is, we disarmed the thing.
We have done every other path and we still don't know where the 0 bomb is though, and that's a bit problematic.
Amazing.
We have never seen it.
You sure don't sound very amazed.
Okay, that just leaves us with the last bomb. It's
It's in the garden.
right. Let's go take care of it while you're on a roll with these things.
How is your coffee, Gooey?
Gah. You make it sound so easy.
Well, don't just stand there. Let's go.
She spun around and was gone. I gripped the input device tightly and headed off after her.
That does not feel like the fastest way to the garden. Put hot chocolate in it. Hot chocolate in your coffee? Is that good? I don't like coffee, so I feel like I'm just thinking of that as like a ruined hot chocolate rather than an improved coffee. Where do we get the input device? It was found in one of the room safes. Which means that Zero gave it to us, basically.
Finally. The last one.
Yeah,
How many minutes left?
less than 10.
It's okay. We can still make it. Just stay calm, alright? You have the input device?
Yeah, there we go. Connected.
Okay, go. We've
Go.
done this twice already. Do you really need a third pep talk?
You want me to remember another password, right?
Exactly. What else would I be talking about?
But
Don't sweat it. You did great the last 2 times. I'm sure this one will be a cakewalk. 3rd time's the charm, right?
that's, not really how that's used. I'm just worried that lightning's not gonna strike twice. Or, thrice in this case, I guess.
No, I think mine still works. There's nothing to suggest the first and second times aren't charmed, too.
I guess so.
Whatever. Just do it. You're the only person who can.
What about you? You can jump to other worlds too, right?
Yeah, but I can't remember things as well as you, alright? I'm doing the best I can, but either I haven't seen the stuff you have, or I just can't remember it. Maybe we've been going to different worlds.
I mean, I do like that it is a plot point that Sigma has, like, an eidetic memory. Because he does have one. He's mentioned that a couple times, that his memory is insanely good.
Anyway.
Yeah. I'll give it a shot.
I don't know, I think I kinda like the fact that it's like, it's not like he's just better at jumping through timelines or whatever, right? It's just that his memory's crazy.
I'm counting on you.
It's a completely unrelated skill.
The password. The password. The password. Remember. Remember, Sigma. Come on, lightning can strike twice, or even 3 times. You can do it! You did it before. You did it twice before. This is nothing. You're a champion. Come on, Sigma, you can do this. Pull open the door to your memories.
BQZ RGJ DXR.
Yeah. Suck on that, Dio, you arrogant son of a bitch! Oh, that feels good. I haven't felt this satisfied in ages. It's like my whole brain is just swimming in endorphins. I feel like it's just gonna melt and dribble out of my ears. This is, without a doubt, what heaven feels like. Honestly, I feel like I could fly right now. Hell, I almost wish there was another bomb so I could feel this again. Isn't this great? Fi? Hey, what's going on? You're really harsh in the vibe here. Would it really kill you to smile? We just saved everybody. Oh, also, not that I need it or anything, but it sure would be nice to get a thank you or something. Oh, thank you, Sigma. You're the greatest. You're so awesome. I'll dress up in that swimsuit for you, just like I promised. I mean, just the swimsuit thing would be fine, really, but... Are you even listening to me?
I am. You said you wish there was another bomb, right?
Well, I mean, I don't really...
I hope you're happy. You're going to get your wish.
What?
I remembered something too. Just a glimpse. We must have confronted Dio about the bombs. I'm not sure how, but we got him to tell us about them.
Exactly. I've planted 4 bombs. They're the ones numbered 1, 2, and 3. But there's also one more. Bomb number 0.
I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. Suddenly, I remembered it too. I'd heard Dio say those very words in the Floor B warehouse. No. No way.
Looks like you remember it too.
Yeah.
How much time do we have?
Shit! We've only got 4 minutes!
Well, hurry up! We need to get to the 0 bomb.
Right! I yanked the input device out of the bomb and turned to chase after... What are you just standing there for? Go! Show me where the bomb is!
What? Are you telling me you don't know where it is? You have got to be kidding me!
How the hell would I know where the bomb is? Oh. Oh, shit. You don't know? She bit her lip and nodded. Damn it. What the hell are we supposed to do now? Can't deactivate the bomb if we don't know where the damn thing is!
Calm down. Just calm down. You need to think, Sigma. There has to be a clue somewhere. Pretend you're Dio. You need to hide the bomb. Where would you hide something important?
Hide something important?
Right.
Hide. If I was Dio, where would I hide? Ah!
Sigma, wait! Where are you going?
Don't follow me! Go find the others!
Idiot! Do you really think I'd do that?
I could hear her following me, but there was no time to argue. Instead, I focused on my goal. There was still time!
Here?
Yeah. Should be. Between these AB rooms. Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb. Opened a lock in VLR. That's a line from that one Batman movie, right? Good. I was right. How much time do we have left?
About a minute.
Shit.
Hurry!
I'm hurrying as fast as I can. The input device was plugged in. I was ready to go. Now I just had to enter the password. But what was the password? I couldn't shake the feeling I'd already used up my third time charm. Still, I had to try. I shook my head and concentrated.
Alexa QNS GDQ.
It stopped.
Yeah.
Okay, but you guys have to fucking sprint to get back to the chromatic doors.
Fine, I crumpled to the ground. The adrenaline that had sustained us suddenly gone.
How did you know it was here? Did you see it in another history?
It's hard to explain. The short version is that Dio hid something here, another timeline. I guess maybe he'd put the bomb here, too.
Pretty good guess.
Yeah.
Well, you did it. So, thanks.
Oh, I don't need any thanks. Just
what?
About that swimsuit you promised.
What? What on earth are you talking about?
Chromatic doors have opened. 5 minutes remain until chromatic doors close.
This is bad. The white doors have opened. We need to hurry. Everyone else is waiting for us in the Floor B warehouse.
What about the swimsuit?
What the hell are you going on about? Just go!
Before I could protest, she turned and ran toward the magenta door. I sighed and headed off after her.
I'm pretty sure she said, like, it was a thing you were living for, and also that it was, like, something that could only happen if this worked. Not as soon as you deactivate the bombs. Come on.
I ran into the warehouse to find everyone else already there. They'd done as Fi asked and brought the 3 unconscious members of our party back to the doors. Fi and I shared a quick glance and headed over toward them.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm so glad you're safe.
So, did you disable the bombs?
Yeah, I could have done it in my sheep.
Don't you mean in your sleep? Oh my... Thank you! Thank you so much!
Yeah, good job, you guys.
No need to thank me. Although, I mean, if you insist, I, wouldn't mind a little swimsuit time.
What? Huh? You're disgusting.
1 minute remains until chromatic doors close.
Weird to see so many people alive at this point. Everyone is alive at this point.
We need to hurry.
Everybody know who's in their group?
Yeah, I'm set.
Right. Then let's move.
At Tenmyoji's command, we broke off into our teams. Kay carried Quark on his back and dragged Dio along the floor and through the white door on the left. Snowwraith raided in. Welcome in, Snowwraith. Thank you for the shout out to Snowwraith mods. Feels so weird reading that username as Quackers, but the things you gotta do. Welcome in, Raiders. How was stream? It's me, Sigma. Hiya. Yeah, thank you for the shout out to Snowwraith. Snowwraith is one of my moderators here in the Sigma Lottie streaming. Everyone is alive at this point. Old woman rots in agreement. The old woman didn't die in this path. We never found her. She doesn't coexist with the bombs. That's why Dio hid the bomb there instead of the knife covered in blood. Is there a weird reason that username is anything but Quackers? Maybe. I don't know.
We are playing more VLR. Sigma's voice is not really my voice. And we are on what seems to be the final path. We have just disabled every bomb. We have gone down every single path in the timeline, and we are about to go through the final remaining puzzle room door. This is the ending. Lottie voice jump scare.
I'm so sorry. Oh my god, I slipped into my Lottie voice. Let me stick with my Sigma voice. Kay carried Quark on his back and dragged Dio along the floor and through the white door on the left. Clover and Luna carried Alice through the door on the right. And Tenmyoji, Fi, and myself ran through the center door.
10 seconds remain until chromatic doors close. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You know,
0.
I went downstairs earlier to get my drink, right? To get my fluid. And my mum was like, oh, you're gonna make yourself dinner. And I do this during the stream countdown. And I was just like, no, I'm streaming. She was like, on a Saturday. And it's like, what? What do you mean by that? Yes, on a Saturday. Every Saturday. For like the last 2.5 years of my life. Gooey, thank you for the hydrate.
Chromatic doors closing.
You stream? What's that? But he's working on a Saturday? I don't think I earn enough from this for it to be called work. And the fact that I can just go, yeah, I'm not streaming today, kind of means it's not a job. Q? Q? The fuck? Yeah, we ran out of ideas for the final puzzle room.
What the hell? There's nothing here.
Well, there are doors. The one we came in. And that one, which I'm assuming is the exit.
Yep, figures.
Has anyone ever been through this room? Yes. The timeline where we went through a room with Tenmyoji and Quark. most people were alive, which means some people went through this room. At least one person has gone through this room and didn't go, by the way, total mindfuck behind that door.
Yep, figures.
Server under construction.
Won't budge.
Look, it's important, right? Every single terminal illness, whatever, pandemic bunker, you gotta have your pantry to store your underwear. You gotta have your laboratory. You gotta have Q. Gotta have the Golem Bay.
The plaque on the door just said Q.
Q? What the hell's that supposed to mean?
Really? Now someone's just being a smartass.
Huh?
Nothing. Maybe the Q is for question.
Well, I guess it is a very questionable room.
Mods, can you pin that message from GUI just to teach her a lesson?
If there was a deck of cards here, maybe the Q would be for Queen.
That's a quality guess right there.
Right. Well, we need to get out of here.
Thank you, Stardust Piggy.
Let's find a way to get the door open.
We also need to find the star keys. I've got enough BP to open the door, but you guys need to play the AB game some more.
Yeah.
We still need a few more points.
If we can get those star keys, we should be able to play the AB game as many times as we need to. So...
It's just a matter of time until we get the points we need.
Right.
Well, let's get started then.
Good.
Okay.
Chat. Seek a way out! The hell's that pinned message? That's how Jirachi feels when looking at Angelina Jolie.
Okay. What are we supposed to do here? The room's empty.
Wait. Do you hear something?
Huh. Well, how much you want to bet it has something to do with that? I guess we should go, have a look. I think this cube is just floating here. How the hell's it doing that?
Who knows? Can't tell just by looking at it. Why don't you touch it and see if anything happens? What? Minesweeper? What?
I don't understand what's going on here.
Have another look at it.
Huh?
The cube. Look at it again. There are winning and losing panels on the wall. The cube can help you find the winning panels. When the winning panels, and only the winning panels, are highlighted in cyan, the system will activate. It's a number of... Oh, fucking God! What in the maths hell? When you click a panel on the cube, it will display a number. Each surrounding panel will also display a number. This number indicates the number of winning panels that border each panel. Including itself. The hint that appears on the cube is different for each side. Hypothetically, if the... So, okay, I think we've got all the information. Hypothetically, if the wall with the exit is the north wall, then the wall to the right of that would be the east wall, which would make the wall with the entrance the south wall, and the wall to the left of that would be the west wall. That would mean that a hint that appears on the west side would actually appear on the east wall, a hint that appears on the north side would actually refer to the south wall, and a hint that appears on the east side would refer to the west wall. Have you got that? Note 2, by the way. Adjacent walls don't provide hints for one another. Each hint is specific to that wall. That means that even if there are winning panels on the border of an adjacent wall, those panels will not be reflected in the initial panel's numbers. Note 3. There are a total of 8 puzzles hidden in the walls. Click the floor to view this message one more time. After that, it will be gone forever. Why? Just attach it to the floor! Fucking God, how do I even note this down? Do I need graph paper? I do as well. I don't have graph paper. I'm not the Dalai Lama. Right, I'll get my regular notebook. You're for min spins only no longer, my friend. Overlay it by the... Oh, yeah, wait, hold on, yeah. No, hold on. Wait, what am I doing? It's right there. It kind of works. It doesn't... The bottom doesn't really line up, but yeah. Right, okay. Nothing up there. Right, what's the... Actually, I should do it like this. So there's a 1 here. There's a 2 here. Fucking... Right, is the entire top empty? Yes. Right, that's something. Assistance? No. I can do this. Pause if you open it fast enough. That is somewhat helpful, I guess, but yeah. Right. All zeros here. Which means these are all nothingness. Because of the fact that it has to be... It includes itself in the number. All zeros there too. And here, and here. Right, the rest of this row is all zeros. That helps a lot. All zeros, all zeros, all zeros, all zeros. Right. Everything from this line to the right is all zeros. This is significantly easier to work with than the gigantic grid. The gigantic grid was deeply overwhelming to me with my Aphantasia. Okay, so this square. 1, 1, but this one's next to 2. Which means it can't be this. Because if it's this, and, well, this would make this 2, but this is 3, and it would need to be next to 3. So the 3 would need to be... Yeah, the 1s can't be anything. Which means this has to be something. Right. And in order for the 2 to be next to 2 things, this has to be something. Which means one of these 2 has to be something. This is already next to 1, so it's done. This is a 3, so it has to be next to something. This one is now next to 1, so it's done. And this 3 has to be next to something. Yeah, I got a game. Just... all that work for this. But whatever. Okay. I was requested to look at the ceiling, I just didn't have a chance before now. So there we go, there's the final ceiling. So...
Whoa! What the hell? Interesting. So that's how this one works.
Looks like there's more of them. We should keep looking. Right, so now I get to look at the stupid thing from this side. Although we've just used up a bunch of tiles. So now it can't be anything that's in the bottom right. No. I know? I know? I know. I know. Chill. Okay. Okay, the entire top 3 rows are all nothing. Because I can just do that. Why am I doing an X? Right. Yeah, anything that's a 0 is nothing, actually. That just occurred to me. I don't need maths with this. Might just make a line through them? I don't know. I'm weird like that, I guess. Is the aperture science test chamber? Welcome to the White Room. Okay, so now we have the only workspaces that we need to use here. So this is similar to what we had before, where these two cannot possibly be it. But they do both have to be next to something, which means this is something. This has to be next to something, so it's there. And now one of these two has to be something. So this is already next to something, so it's not that, which means it is this. And that's a 1, so that side's done. Over here, 1, 1 next to 2. Again, it cannot be either. Oh no, it can be this time, I think. It's not though. It's that. Okay. Right, bottom right 3, bottom left 2. Right, let's do this one next. What a weird room! At least it's not that complicated. Once you stop being, like, dumb. I think the top 3 rows are always nothing. Yeah. Because, like, realistically, it's too tall for Sigma to be able to reach up there. Ooh. Okay, that... Well, okay, that has to be that. That doesn't make any other... That doesn't make sense any other way. Let's stop. Actually... No, theoretically it could. It's not mathematically sound to claim that. Now it is. Now it is. Okay. So this is our working space. 1, 1, 2. Can it be these and not this? No, because this one would... Yeah. Okay, so it has to be this. And as soon as it has to be this, that means it's not these. That's a 3 down there. It's already next to 1. Right, I need to see what's down here. A 1 in the corner. And this is a 1 down here. Okay. Ugh! I really hate having aphantasia for the purposes of this puzzle. This is like... Oh, this would be much, much, much easier, I think, if I had, like, 2 screens to work with, kind of thing. Right. Because I know the solution, but I don't know it. Let me just... If I put those down there, then I can have all the numbers at once. Kinda. Okay. One in the corner. The one in the corner. Can it be that? I'm gonna use a meta rule here and say no. Because it wouldn't make sense for the drawer to be able to open out if it could be the one in the corner. Because it would be isolated, and that wouldn't make any sense. So I'm going to say it cannot be this one, which means it has to be this one, which means this is already next to 2. And now, this is a 3 and this is a 1. But this is a 2, and it's not next to 2 things. So it's that. Right. Let me just... So this one will be the dartboard. See, I'm smart. I get things. And it was these. Oh god, so this is just a combination of all the other puzzles in the game, huh? That's why there's 8, I guess. You're doing every puzzle room again and you're liking it. But first of all, you're playing Minesweeper and you're liking it. Right, just be honest with me. Top row, all zeros? Minesweeper, we have to step on all the mines? 4? Got any more of them zeros for me? Yeah, that one kinda had to be a 0. Okay, I think I've checked every tile now. So we've got a lot in this one. 1, 3, 4. 4 is... This 4 is really useful, actually. It's in a corner. Or, well, not a corner, but... And so is that 3. So, okay. Those are all set. Yeah. I should look for 4s along the outsides. Yeah, this one's not a thing. I'm really curious as to what Stardust Piggy's hint was gonna be. Has to be next to something. I think it has to be the 3, but it's not mathematically sound to say that. Okay, this is already next to something. Right. Now I have to actually do a puzzle. You'll never know. Did I succeed? Did I manage it? Boom. Okay. So this is a 3, but it's currently the next to 2 things, and its other side is blocked, so it has to do that. This is a 3, but it's already next to 3 things. Oh, so it's 2 separate walls. Okay. This is a 4, but it's only next to 3 things, but this 1 is done. This 3 is only next to 2 things. Oh, this 4 only has... Yeah, it has to be here. So now the 4 and the 3 are done, and these were both 1s, I believe? Yes, okay, so that bit down there is done. Now, this bit up here, this 4 is only next to 3 things, this 4 is only next to 2 things. Oh, this 4 can only go up there. Which means this 1 is done. And this 2 needs to have 2 things. This 4 needs to do that. Right, here we go. when there's actually like more numbers, I find it significantly easier to work with than when, like, the first one that only had like 3 in the bottom left. For some reason, that was just hell, because it was deeply overwhelming. But yeah, this is much easier. Oh! They're separate. Could I have just clicked every single wall panel? Wrong stream category, Minesweeper isn't VLR. No! When are we doing the Minesweeper streams? Where do I start? These are all... This is like the game's worst collection of puzzles. I hate all of these. This one? This was the best? So I'm just trying to... Can I have this? There's a red memory card behind the glass. There's a binder behind the glass. Managed to find a way out. Yeah, we're seeking a way out of the final puzzle room. We're close. We're close to a way out. Aren't you enjoying the best of VLR puzzle collection? This room is causing me to realize that VLR's puzzles kind of sucked. I already see the solution to this one if it's 5, yeah. No, I feel like I've done this puzzle somewhere before. Oh well. Doesn't really matter, I guess. Okay, so I'm trying to turn everything red. This. 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 Yeah. Proud of myself for seeing that. It's because it was symmetrical, I think, but yeah. Did I solve it? Yeah, that must be the answer. Look. The glass doors. They're open. Well done. That was some good work, Sigma. Oh, hey, I did something. It's a binder. Let's have a look. There's only a single piece of paper in here. What happened to their voices? I can't do voices, I'm sorry! It says Q Chamber Special AB Game. Instructions for the Q Chambers AB game. You can view it by visiting the archive. Oh, of course there'd be an AB game too. I mean, why aren't they talking? Oh, they don't talk in these rooms. Okay, I'm starting to think we're missing a... Oh, no, we're not missing a room. They're all gonna be in here. Oh, yeah, we're almost done. Hint for the AB game, Q edition. 3 people will definitely choose Ally. 3 people will definitely choose Betray. 1 is a mysterious mirror man. He will always do whatever his opponent does. First answer, strive for 9 with 6 cooperators. Second answer, must be the only ones to surpass 9. Oh, Christ. Figure that out later. Not my problem. A red memory card. Made an actual puzzle out of the prisoner's dilemma. This room is really just like, oh, you wanted escape rooms, did you? Well, fuck you. You're getting them. Oh, you're getting them. You have to play the EB game inside the EB game. Are those missiles? They're darts. Look over there. I think that's a green memory card. We can't get it out though. That glass is covering it. I think we can get some darts out though. Okay, I'll grab a couple. But we don't know what kind of score we're going for with this. Actually, like this room, it makes some of the most hard puzzles in the game work better. I'm gonna trust you on that, and we're gonna touch the dice. Something just slid out from the wall. Okay, we need the key cards for this. The heck is this ridiculously huge thing? There's a screen down here. It looks like this is the only part you can actually interact with. But it's dark. There's nothing on it. There are some card slots underneath the screen. They look like the ones on the polling machines inside the AB rooms. So that means...
We need to put some memory cards in here, right?
Yeah, like the one you've got in your hand right now.
This red card, huh? Well, let's see if anything happens when I put it into the red slot. Looks like 4 purple books.
Let's go through each one of them. What the? There's nothing written here.
Huh?
I mean, all the pages are blank.
Are the other books the same?
Let's have a look. Temujin and Fi, the only other semi-competent members of the cast. Dio's pretty competent. He's just not helping us. But all things considered, he achieved what he wanted to do a lot of times. Yeah, there's nothing here. This one's blank too. Huh?
Something wrong? Is there something in that one?
No, the pages are all blank. It's just...
Just what?
Well, there are some pictures put in between the pages back here. 3 of them, it looks like. Picture of blue dye, picture of green dye, picture of red dye. Of course I have. Come the fuck on! Ugh! Yeah, this is my least favorite puzzle. And now it's back with a vengeance. No! Just to the left of both green ones. That could have been worse. And this blue one is... down. 1, 2, 3 above. Okay. Roll the 6 dice to move them where they need to go. The direction of each side of each die must match a specific pattern. Choose which die you would like to move by clicking it. You can roll it vertically or horizontally by clicking and dragging the mouse or using the arrow keys.
Okay, let's give it a shot.
Why are we looking at this angle? This is the left side then. So this blue one goes... here. It's not on the right number, but I don't care right now. I want to get them in the right position. Okay, so that goes there. And I get the right number by doing the opposite of whatever I just did there. Nope. That. 1, 2, 3. Right. It's not a 3, it's a 1. I don't really know what inspired me to think it was a... whatever. Right, there we go. Okay. And next to that one goes a red 3. Oh, whoops. Oh, there was a way to do this, and I don't remember what it is. Move this, scoot this. This game not being played on PC? I mean, yeah. Orpheus, you know that I'm playing this legitimately and legally, right? Damn it. Like, this is an official release on the PC. That's what the mouse cursor's all about. Music is wacky. Enjoy the dice music. Right, 6. Shouldn't be too bad to get in that slot. It's just that. Then 5 above the 6. We're 2 away, which means I need to do... not that. No. No, down, over. Down, there, there. No. I'm floundering. There. No! There. Okay, next is 4. Which naturally will not be Shrimple. Okay, and then 2. Oh, not quite. And by not quite, I mean not at all. No. Oh, like that, like that, like that. I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna actually scream. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna scream and cry and throw up. What do you mean this is not right? 6. Are they in the wrong spots? No, no, they're not. They're not though. They're not. They're. Is this the left wall after everything I just did? So I should have played more block stars? No, I got it. Chat, I got the puzzle right. Well, let's be honest here. Also, Sigma, just pick them up. Like, just fucking pick them up and put them down. You don't need to roll them. Okay. So then this is the left side, presumably. Which means... there is where this one needs to go to. Yep. Which naturally will not be free. Okay, how do I... Okay, there we go. Do you think Sigma would just do that? Pick up a die and eat it like a screwdriver? I wish he would. Okay, now I need to put a 3 to the right of that. Are any of these in the right spot? Red, green, blue, red, green. No, none of them are right. Love it. What is the 3? There. No. No. So that puts it there. Which now means I can get it there by doing that. Right. Next we need a green 6, which is probably the easiest one. And above that we need a blue one. Right, you guys got a scoot. I don't remember what the number is here, but let's hope it's not 1. It's 5, which is on the other side of 1. How do I get it here? No. No, not like that. That's the opposite. We do that, that, that. That's 4. Five here, which means we did that, right. And then red 4. And green 2. What do you mean? She need to back out. I will kill someone! Huh. I can't figure it out. Mods, ban Shannon for saying that this was the easiest version of the dice game. I probably do have to make the orientations right. So let's assume that this is the left side again. So it's there. Yes. But the 3 needs to point down the way. This requires spatial awareness, the likes of which I do not possess. Maybe it's easier with this one. Okay. Okay, I think we have one. I think we have one in the right spot. Okay, so now we need a 3. We do that like that. And what needs to be on the front of the 3? A 6 facing down. Okay, so we'll try the other 3 before I get desperate. Oh my god. Okay. And now, next to them goes a green 6. But we need a 4 facing down. It might not be impossible with this one, but let me just see if this one just works. Ah, it doesn't. Okay, we need to do some work with both of these. I'm guessing this one's more likely to be the successful friend. put the 3 facing down again. Okay. Now if we... Okay, I can only get the 3 facing down. Ah, this one can have the 4 facing down. So we just need to... It can, but it doesn't. Okay, the fact that that one has had the 5 and the 2 means this one... It should be this one. Should be capable of having the 3 and the 4, but how do I do it? How do I get this here? I do... that. Okay! Next one! 5. Do we know what's facing down? It's a 1. Not the easiest thing in the world to make happen, honestly. Just because I can't see it. Okay, 5. There we go. So now... But that's 6, which means I need to do some more... That's 6 again. That's 1. Okay. I think I figured out to just not do it, like, methodically. Just fucking go for it. If it works, it works. 4. With a 1 on the bottom. So of course it's the wrong way around. The 6 again. Okay, or the 1 on the bottom. Right. And now 2 with a 1 on the bottom. That's a 6. So just pick the fucking dice up? He would never. Yeah, it's a 6. I have an idea. And by an idea, I mean... I don't know anymore. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 4. No, you fucked it up, man. 1. No. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. Reoriented them correctly the first time, didn't have all the numbers lined up. See, that's my biggest fear. My biggest fear is that this is actually the left side. And then we have to just do this all again. 2, 3. Right, well. Of course, this is the wrong dice. This game is bad! I'm not gonna defend it from that criticism right now. Wait, no, hold on. No, it would be the 2. It would be that. Because we're now looking at this. Right? Yeah, okay. X is red 3. With 6 pointing out this way and a 2 in there. Yes. Okay, next is green 6. With 4. Okay, it's actually really easy to reorient them at least. No? Except that one. But whatever. Just fuck off. Right. 4. Goes here. Yeah. Okay, we've got the 4 in the right spot, and it should have a 1. Ugh. I don't get a 5! What? Wait, so any dice can do anything? I'm starting to feel like I'm going crazy. How do I get 1 to face the front? Maybe I should make that my goal. So if I wanted 1 face the front, then this is 1 away, which means I would do that. No, wrong way. That. No, what? Oh, it's way more complicated to do that. Oh, I got 1 facing the front, but now we're on 2. Sigma, just pick it up! Wait, what am I putting it here for? It goes here. Okay, there we go. That's why that was impossible. I was putting it in the wrong spot. Right, so we have a blue 5 in here. That's not how you insert that in there. You having a dice time? No, actually. That's a 6 on its side, which is definitely wrong. Yep, need a 1. No, I don't think any of us are having a dice time. With God's most arbitrary dice puzzle. You having a die time? Yes, thank you for the hydrate, GUI. This is the worst puzzle in this entire game. What was Shannon cooking? Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. Get that throat moist. I got 5 there. I keep getting 6 in the front. Let's just take it for a walk. I got 6 in the front again. 5 there, which means in order to get it here I do duh, 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 and I got 6 in the front again. Okay. I go duh, duh, duh. There we go. Now we just need 2. I don't think I got that one oriented properly. I didn't. I didn't. It had the 6 at the front. I'm stretching. I don't understand that puzzle. I don't understand why it didn't work the first time. I don't understand why it worked the third time. Ah! Got it! I had a feeling you could do it. Good job. Have a look at this. Hey, it opened. I think I've seen something like this before. Oh, you mean one of those exercise machines where you twist your hips around? No, I don't think so. This doesn't look like a fitness machine to me. Kinda ruins it when you take it so seriously. This is... Damn it, I can't remember. What a terrible puzzle. Good thing you'll never have to do it again. I better not have to. This blue card, huh? Well, let's see if anything happens when I put it into the blue slot. Nothing, huh? Well, there's still one empty slot. Guess that means I gotta put in one more, huh? Shout out to having 3 empty slots. Okay. The thing is, I haven't seen any hints on how to do this. Looks like this is the scoreboard for the dartboard. That's a dartboard. I remember seeing this before. Come on, who hasn't seen a dartboard before? No, that's not what I mean. I feel like I've seen it somewhere in this building before. It's just, this board is different from a normal dartboard, you know? Let's try it out. What do you mean, try it out? Isn't that obvious? Isn't that obvious? Isn't that obvious? There's only 2 ways to use a dartboard. Either you use it to hold pizza, or you throw darts at it. But I don't know what to do. Oh, got a score of 100 with 3 darts. I'm glad they told me. However, the first dart must land in the green area, the second in the blue area, and the third in the red area. Okay, green, blue, red. Throw darts in a particular area, drag, and then release the dart in the area we'd like to land. Huh? That's weird. Could have sworn I've seen these darts before somewhere. Whatever. Time for some darts. Did you do the dice? I did the dice. I don't know how I did the dice. I did the dice, though. Has anyone ever done the thing where you hang up someone's face on a dartboard? Is that real? Whatever. Time for some darts. Green, blue, red. Green, blue, red. Well, we just want to get the highest score we can with green, which would be 42. And then see what we can create with blue and red. Rather than thinking about it too much. Highest score we can get here is 24. No, 28. Oh, we can get 28. Okay, so 28 would leave us with 70. But there's no way to get 30 with red. However, there is a way to get 33, so the blue one does have to be 24. 33 is not 34, actually. Now I'm thinking about it out loud. 33 is not, in fact, 34. So it's not the 42, which means it's probably the 39. Because the 39 allows us to take the 28 and take the 33.
Ah, piece of cake. You see that? My dart skills are undeniable.
Yes, I saw it quite clearly. It was very nice. Do you really think you had to stand the whole 2 meters and 37 centimeters away from the dartboard, though?
I'm a fair man. My high school voted me most likely to be a judge, you know?
Sigma! I don't mean this to sound harsh, but you are terrible at making big decisions. And that feels like the main thing that career path has in store. I gotta be honest. Okay.
That's great and all, but look. See the display case?
Well, it hadn't opened before you said that, so it's open.
Great, now we can get that green memory card. Gonna have to pull out all the stops on this job. Sound like you're in a heist movie. Should I have worn a cat suit? Ugh. I think I just threw up a little. Besides, everybody in a heist movie wears a sweet suit. Green memory card.
I put a big countdown clock in the courtroom. Can you imagine just like the judge holding up his gavel and being like,
the verdict is... guilty! There will be no further discussion. The death penalty for you! This green card, huh? Well, let's see if anything happens when I put it into the green slot.
arguably he's really good at making decisions since the correct timeline always plays out. I mean, I guess.
Would you look at that?
Looks like he turned it on.
Us, A and B, are all pairs consisting of 2 people. C, D, and E are solos consisting of a single person. First, move the pairs A and B next to the blank areas on the left under pair. Next, move solos C, D, and E to the blank areas on the left over solo. You can move them by sliding the letter icons. A pair and a solo aligned vertically with verses between them will face off against one another in the AB game. You can still move icons even after you place them. Once an opponent has been selected, the game will begin. Choose to vote for the us pair, either ally or betray. The results of your match will be displayed, along with the results from the other teams. If the correct number of people reach the target BP after playing 3 rounds, the game will be completed.
Three people will choose ally, 3 people will choose betray, and the other one does whatever their opponent does. We only have 6. What do they want from me? Well, let's just see what happens here. Oh, we choose if we ally or betray. Oh, interesting. Okay, well, let's betray. So... D and B, definitely always ally. Actually, screw it, the blue is terrible. A, B, C, D, E. B, ally. D, ally. And A and E must always betray. A, betray. E, betray. So that means C must be the mirror. I don't know why it said there were like 3 of each. I'm guessing it's because like A is a pair, B is a pair, so C mirrors here. Which means we always want to be going up against D, pretty much. In order to only have us win. This will kill D. Not my problem. Okay, Oh, in fact, no, it is my problem. Oh, intéressant. I see. They won't let me retry though, which is cruel. But I see how to win.
Oh, good. I don't get it.
Yeah, you do. Okay, so D always allies, so we go up against D. And we betray them. Don't really think it matters what we do with the other squad. Well, obviously these guys can just go in here. Like, I don't really care about C or E, but I do need to make sure that they don't win. A betrays, B allies. That's obnoxious, actually. I wish it was the other way around for easy memory. But let's just see what happens here. I know how we get us to win at all, but... Okay. So now, we need to pair up D with B to keep D alive. A and C betray emitter. Yeah, that's fine with me. Doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Because we'll be betraying this round. I guess we could have allied, actually. Oh no, we can't. Okay. And now we have to go against D, who always allies. A always betrays, so A has to go up against E, so that E doesn't win. And C is the mirror, so C's going up against B, and they're going to both ally, but it doesn't matter. Only we leave! Nice one.
Looks like that was the answer. I knew it! That looks like a password to the safe.
We did it. This should get us into that safe. It's not how you actually get out, but yay! Okay. Yeah, I know. It's cool, I know. Okay, so the other solution is to... Oh god, this is all of them. Oh no, it's not. The other solution is strive for 9 with 6 cooperators. I don't know what that means, but I think we need to get everyone out. How can we get everyone out when someone always betrays? We must ally every round. There's no way we can afford not to. Because as soon as someone's betrayed, they can't get out within 3 rounds. Yeah, what? Hold on, we can't get everyone out. Oh. We don't have to get everyone out. We need to get 6 people out. That's what it means. Okay. So... Right. So people will die. Okay. So in that case, I think we do want to betray twice. We want to pair up the mirror with B for now. I think that's right. Yeah, but... yeah. And I'm so sorry, D. You don't get to leave. Guess what? Up against E. So A and E won't get any points this round. That's okay. Do we betray? I think we do. No, we need to betray someone else. It's easiest to try and focus on getting all the pairs out, but I don't think that's how this works. D's not leaving. And E can no longer leave. But can we get us, A and B out and kill all the solos? I think so. So we need to betray someone. A always betrays someone. And B needs to just keep allying. And B's only option to ally is the mirror. Currently. Yeah. No, wait. No, this won't work! Ooh! No, this... I've made a mistake. This isn't possible. I think we actually do ally. I don't think we betray. I think we ally every round. So... Wait, this is really easy. Oh my god, what am I doing? That'll do it. Yeah. Overcomplicated this massively. We don't have the betrayers leave. We don't care about them. Yeah, this gets 6 people out. Fuck them. You only get to leave if you're friends. Ah, got it. Way to go. Good work. Hey, look, the screen changed color. So, would this be... Could this be... Should this be? Oh? There are different symbols now, in different places. So I'm confused because we never interacted with this. Same safe we've seen in other rooms. That means we've probably opened it the same way too. You just need to plug in the password, right? Yeah, why don't you give it a shot? Good job. You opened it. Well done. Redacted. Found every secret in VLR. A screen, huh? There's nothing on it. And it doesn't do anything when I touch it. How do we turn it on? Hell if I know. I don't see a button or a card slot or anything. Not a lot we can do if we can't turn it on. Might as well leave it alone for now. Okay, I guess we just don't interact with that. Thank you for looking at the ceiling earlier, it meant a lot to me. I mean, you did DM me and ask if I would, so like I kinda had to, you know? We're still missing a file, which is weird. Probably in this safe. Got all the passes. We have every secret. God. Yes! It's open! Okay then, let's see what's in here. First off... 2 star key cards. I can use these to play the AB game as many times as we want. Hold on. Those keys are important, but... Look at this. Found all the files in VLR. A consummate collection. Accelavir! The Radical 6 cure! Oh. Oh, thank goodness. I don't know what to say. Quark is gonna be okay. Is he crying? Alright, let's get out of here. We need to get this stuff to Quark and Alice. Yeah, you're right. This key should do the trick. Let's get moving. And chat, for the final time, are we ready?
The door's locked. It says lock. You guys ready? I'll sit here.
Go for it.
Alright. 3, 2, 1.
2, 3.
Stop that! Jeez. One more time. 3, 2, 1.
You found it! We also got an achievement for escaping all the escape rooms, and an achievement for escaping every room on hard. That's the final you found it. Damn. No surprise escape rooms in this game.
It opened.
We should get back to the Floor A warehouse then.
Hey, wait. Did you guys hear something?
What?
You didn't hear it? It came from over there.
We're in hard mode? Yes. I don't really know what changes. But there's a difficulty option. Oh, it's only in the escape rooms, but yeah. I was there when Lottie said we did the final VLR. You found it the first time, and the second time, and the third time, and the fourth time. Shh.
It sounds like something turning on. See? I told you. The screen wasn't on before.
You're right. Guess it was set to turn on when we opened the door.
It looks like an authentication screen. I think we need to put in an ID and a password.
Yeah, but what?
That was when I noticed the illustration. The lion is eating the sun. The lion is eating the sun? The lion is eating the... Memento Mori. Remember death. If the 9th lion ate the sun. Oh, of course. This was the real 9th lion. But if that was the case...
Sigma! Look!
You're...
Akane. Her name is Akane Kurashiki. They've been looking for her for a very long time.
He walked toward her. Slowly, carefully, almost as if he was afraid of scaring her away. He reached out.
She's a hologram.
Tenmyoji squeezed his eyes shut.
Akane.
Closed his hand around empty air and let it fall to his side. There was a moment of sad silence, and then she began to speak.
I see you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Well, I suppose that's slightly inaccurate. What you see now is a holographic message I recorded before you came here. Unfortunately, this means I will not be able to answer your questions, at least not directly. I hope you will understand. Now, where to begin? probably have a great many questions. What day is it? Where are we? Who is Zero? And what does he have to do with Akane Kurashiki? But I imagine there is one question that rises above all the others. Why were we brought here? The answer to that is simple.
Shrimpo.
Everything that has happened here is part of our plan. All of this was required for the success of the AB project. I assume you heard the name by now, at least. In any event, you were all needed in order to execute our plan. The Nonary game was necessary for the same reason. Your question now, I imagine, is just what is this AB project?
Can't believe we got locked up in here by some mad conspiracy theorist.
The answer to that is also simple. Allow me to explain. We created the AB project for one purpose.
Again?
To transport the consciousnesses of two people into the past. Those two people are you, Sigma, and you, Phi.
What do you mean, the past? The moment the words were out of my mouth, I realized no one there could answer the question. Not Phi, not Tenmyoji, and certainly not a pre-recorded hologram.
Have you figured out what this room is? I assume you saw the Q on the door. It stands for quantum. That makes this the quantum room.
Why didn't you just write that on the fucking sign? It took me a moment to realize she'd changed subjects without even pausing. There was nothing we could do, of course, but I still felt a twinge of frustration.
Take a look at the rear of the room. Do you see that large enclosure? That houses our quantum computer. The systems that control this entire facility run on that machine. That includes the construct you refer to as Zero Jr., as well as the golems. All of them do their thinking in that box. Isn't that strange, though? It seems contrary to how we perceive the world. The body, the thing that you see and interact with, is somewhere else. But the mind and all its thoughts are in this box. Perhaps it isn't so strange, though. Perhaps humans are the same, with our minds and thoughts existing separate from our bodies. Our is in our head, of course. We all have individual brains, think individual thoughts, and act according to individual will.
You know, even when Lotus introduced this theory in 999, she then said afterwards that she was just bullshitting to waste time. But Akane clung to it. She was like, no, that must be true. No, that must be real. I don't have an individual brain. You might not. You might be in a big quantum nervous system in the center of the earth, and that's how they control us.
That makes communication difficult, though. So we're forced to rely on inefficient mediums like language, photographs, non-verbal cues, etc. to transmit information.
Ah, words. A deeply inefficient thing of human evolution. Words. Speaking to each other. Photography. Ah, how primitive.
Each one of us is an individual, and we have no direct connection to anyone else. But is that really true? In the dimensions we are most familiar with, yes, it is. If we look at things from another higher dimension, however...
We should be sending the poo emoji instead. Do you think that's what do you think all of this has happened because emojis were introduced and she fucking hates them? What does it mean when you send me a corn emoji?
We may all be connected after all, like the branches of a tree or a rhizome. Imagine a horizontal cross-section of the root system of a large tree. All you can see are the spots where the roots intersect the plane of your cross-section. In the 2 dimensions you see, the roots all appear to be individual things with no connection to one another. But this isn't the case. If you expand your view and look at the root system in 3 dimensions instead of only 2, you see the truth.
First most likely time I use that, what does it mean? I think it means that in the 4th dimension, we're all connected to a big tree.
All the roots join together at the trunk. In 2 dimensions, they appear to be separate. But if you look at the roots from a 3rd higher dimension, you see things that might appear to be separate from one another in 3 dimensions could be connected to one another if you look at them in 4 dimensions. Doesn't that at least seem like it could be a possibility? I believe that is how human consciousness actually works. Well,
Nah,
I'm
mate.
not the only one, I suppose.
Nah, I can't. Nah. Laura disagrees.
Zero and I share that belief.
Morphogenetic field theory.
Timoji mumbled something that sounded like nonsense. I opened my mouth to ask him what it meant, but Akane was already talking again.
Now, when I talk about a 4th dimension, I'm referring to the 4th dimension used in Minkowski space-time. Let's start with a single dimension, where all that exists is a point. Connect points to one another, and you have a line. In 1 dimension, the only surface you can create is that, a line. But move to 2 dimensions and create more lines, and you can create shapes. These are 2-dimensional surfaces. Move up to 3 dimensions, and you can connect these shapes to one another and form 3-dimensional objects. Now you have a 3-dimensional surface, which encompasses a volume of space. Connect 3-dimensional objects to one another, and you formed a 4-dimensional object, which encompasses a volume of both space and time.
This is the worst Tesseract I've ever seen. This is not how you visualize a Tesseract. That's a fucking block of houses.
It is on that 4th-dimensional axis that our minds are connected. If that was true, then what would prevent anyone from sending their consciousness backward or forward in time? That theory is the foundation of the AB project.
She just invented Victorian terraced housing.
The A represents after, and the B represents before.
Holy shit, it does stand for something. It's not ally betray. It's not ambidex. It actually meant something.
It probably sounds silly to you. A ridiculous story made up by a mad old woman.
I'm glad she got more self-aware in her salad days.
But look at what's happened to you. You've seen many different worlds and timelines, haven't you, Sigma? And what about you, Phi? I know you have too. Am I wrong? Tenmyoji should know what I'm talking about as well. I believe you experienced something very similar nearly half a century ago. You sent your consciousness to the past to help save a little girl's life. It was a long time ago, but perhaps you still remember.
Yeah, of course I do. How could I forget? That little girl was you, Akane.
Suddenly, it felt like Phi and I were outsiders, trespassing on something we had no right to see. Temioji's face was taut with emotion as he looked in Akane's eyes. Seemed almost like she was looking back at him.
Now, unfortunately, my time is up. The final stage of the project will begin very soon. I need to go prepare. The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me. I'll be waiting. One last thing. The cat in the box. Is it alive? Or is it dead? Sigma? Vi? You will decide its fate. Goodbye.
Wait! Akane, wait!
Oh, Tenmyoji. I can almost see you. You don't need to worry. Everything is going to be okay. I will see you again one day. I promise. But I'm going to have to ask you to wait just a little longer.
Wait! Akane!
And then she was gone.
She's not dead in this timeline? We never found her. In this timeline. She doesn't coexist with the bombs.
Tenmyoji collapsed to his knees, his back hunched and shaking. I saw tears land on the white-knuckled fists he pressed against his thighs. I kept quiet. What was there to say? I and I looked at one another and nodded silently. With a shaking hand, Tenmyoji pulled a photograph out of his pocket. It was a picture of a girl. After all that we'd been through, her smile was enough to break your heart. We made our way to the warehouse in Flore and met up with the others. It took only a few minutes to decide to head to the infirmary. As soon as we arrived, we began to treat Alice and Quark for Radical 6. I gave Luna the Accelivir that I'd found in the queue room. She quickly prepared it and... injected Alice and Quark.
Thank goodness. It will take some time for them to recover completely, but they should be fine.
Good.
Indeed.
Thank you, Luna. And thanks for finding the medicine, you guys. Thank you so much.
Don't sweat it.
No need to thank us.
Tenmyoji said nothing, just walked over to Quark's unconscious body. He took the small boy's hand in his own and held it tight. I could see tears at the corner of his eyes as he turned away from us. Suddenly I remembered. Dio? Where'd he gone? It didn't take me long to find him. He was sprawled unconscious on the floor beneath the sink. Handcuffs?
Oh, we found those in the crew quarters. Before you returned, we went to check on the bomb in room 2, and we found them there. Of course, the bomb was indeed turned off. Thank you again for dealing with them. You are, quite literally, lifesavers. You have my eternal gratitude.
I coughed awkwardly and looked pointedly around the room. I glanced over at Fi to see she was doing the same thing. After that, we headed back to the Flore warehouse to play the AB game. Specifically, me, Fi, Kay, and Luna. Clover and Tenmyoji decided to remain in the infirmary, just in case something happened with Alice, Quark, or Dio. Luna would represent Clover's team. With Quark and Dio sleeping, Kay would represent their team by default, which left me, Fi, and Tenmyoji. You should vote.
No, I'll let you handle it. I chose Betray in the last round. You probably don't trust me right now.
What? That doesn't matter now.
Excuse me. I apologize for interrupting, but I think you should be the one to vote in the next round, Fi.
Why?
You already have 9 BP. There's no reason for you to choose Betray now. You see?
Hey, acting like I might actually try and betray her.
Not necessarily.
What does it matter what he's suggesting? We're almost there. We just have to play the AB game 3 more times. Then we can all get 9 points. But that means each representative has to choose ally all 3 times.
Okay.
Would it not matter if she allies and the other person betrays if I would drop below 9 again? Because she's the representative. They're only putting in one person from each team to ensure that the other person therefore votes ally by default.
I'll vote. You sure you're alright with this, Sigma?
Yeah. I trust you. I hand her to the Starkey.
Shall we open the doors?
This is how you're meant to play the game? They figured it out!
An Ambidex gate has been opened. 45 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
Oh, right. We have to wait for the deadline.
Oh. Well, we could vote earlier, but then each voter would be stuck inside the AB room for 45 minutes.
Okay, let's go back to the infirmary then.
I agree. Please, lead the way.
Luna and Kay set off toward the yellow door. I was about to follow when...
Hold on. I just remembered something.
What?
The AB room on the left. In one of the other histories, she...
Oh. Yeah. You're right. Akane's body was in there. What does this mean? Why didn't we find her body this time?
Maybe because she wasn't murdered.
But how? When did history change?
Do you remember what Akane said?
The cat in the box. Is it alive? Or is it dead? Sigma, Phi. You will decide its fate.
The Schrodinger's cat thing.
Exactly.
I wonder what she meant about us deciding its fate.
Perhaps she was saying her own fate wasn't decided yet.
Huh?
The history where she's alive and the history where she's murdered are both real right now.
What? No, that's impossible. We've already opened the box. We opened the door to this AB room and there was no body.
No, we haven't opened the box. We haven't found a body, but we haven't found her alive yet either. In other words, we haven't actually observed her. The hologram was a recording from before this game started.
The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me. I'll be waiting.
Where was Akane now? Where was she waiting for us? Or what if she wasn't anywhere now? What if she was waiting for us in another timeline? Or what if she was waiting for us in the past? Was that even possible? If she was, what would that mean?
A new destination has been added to the flowchart. Let's go back to before the nonary game began.
Ow, 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 ow. Damn it. Feels like my head's gonna explode. Wait. Where the hell am I? Looks like an elevator, but...
No, this is one of the AB rooms.
Ah! Who the hell are you? What the hell's an AB room?
Damn. I guess you did lose your memory after all.
Memory? Memory? I remember! You're Fi! She grinned. When is this?
Check your bracelet.
It's a red pair. BP is 3.
Mine's the same.
Does this mean this is the beginning of the game? We've gone back to when we first woke up in the AB room?
No, not quite. I think we woke up a little earlier this time.
How do you know?
Push the buttons on the side of your bracelet.
2 hours, 15 minutes.
We didn't wake up this long before the primary doors opened last time. I think we're about an hour early.
Wait a minute. If you're right...
Yeah. Akane might still be alive. We got back before Dio killed her. I think.
Then...
Right. We're here for one reason.
To stop her from getting killed.
Exactly.
Let's move. We need to get out of here fast.
Don't need to tell me twice. Let's go.
Seek a way out. Why must I put this one again? Need to remember the password for the safe. We figured it out last time. Like, what happens? How angry does the game get with me? Okay.
Okay, I opened it.
No! That's the wrong password! We need to get the other one to get the key!
Now, hold on, I just want to look at the ceiling.
Okay. No. As you try and solve the puzzle, I'm guessing Fi gets annoyed at you.
There, it's open.
Good work. Hurry up and grab the cracker.
Cracker?
Damn, I meant key.
How the hell?
Just shut up and do it.
Where do I put this?
Sigma! What are you doing? We have the key, open the door.
How? Alright, let's just put this key in here.
For God's sake, just do it already!
Why do you yell? Alright.
Good. Looks like that worked.
Ready, Fi?
What do you think?
I know. I don't need to ask every time, right?
Why the hell are you asking? Hurry up and...
Right. I'm going. 10, 9, 8.
1. Done!
Hey, you pushed the button.
Bite me. You were taking too long. We're on a schedule here.
Ugh.
You found it! Chat, there was a secret, you found it!
Fine, I climbed up through the hatch and out onto the top of the AB room. It only took us a moment to spot them. Kane. Behind her was Dio. He was moving quickly and quietly, a knife glinting in his right hand. Shit. There was no time to yell to her. I scrambled down from the top of the AB room. Fi wasn't following me. When I looked back, she was still standing on the roof. I appreciate the commitment to the bit when the point is to skip solving the puzzle. I know, right? This game is good. This game is good. I think 999 is a better told, book. It's not really a game, 999, but I think it just works better as, a book thing. But this game manages to do a lot, right near the end, pretty much, that makes you go, oh, wait, it was good all along! Fi! What the hell are you doing? Get down here! Before I could finish, she moved. She ran across the roof, launched herself into the air. Hold that thought until the end? Yeah, it's still got a chance to go off the rails. What the?
He's fine. Just unconscious.
Bent down and held my fingers in front of his mouth. He was still breathing.
I don't think he saw me. He probably has no idea what happened to him.
I went down like a sack of potatoes.
He had it coming.
I heard footsteps come to a stop right in front of us. I looked up.
So you came. I've been waiting for you. You're here to hear the rest, right?
Wait. Wait a minute. What the hell is your deal? How can you be so calm? If you hadn't showed up just now, you'd...
Have been stabbed in the heart by this young man and died. Yes. Although, that reminds me, I haven't thanked you yet. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate you saving me.
What?
Hold on. How do you know about being stabbed by Dio? Are you an Esper too?
Yes. Indeed I am. I am able to jump through time, just like you.
Did you ever consider jumping back in time to when you were a child and, as soon as you learned how to solve Sudoku and, saving yourself?
What the hell were you thinking? If you knew he was gonna stab you, why were you gonna let him do it?
Because I had to.
You what?
Think back. Why are you here? If I hadn't been killed by Dio, no one else would have been murdered. Consequently, your own abilities would never have manifested. I did explain, didn't I? The purpose of the AB project was to send the two of you to the past. Or your minds, at least. In order for that to happen, some death was necessary. When a human brain is faced with danger, its processing speed increases. Information is processed more quickly, and time almost seems to slow. A few seconds can feel like an eternity. Unfortunately, that in itself isn't enough to send oneself through time. The amplitude of the consciousness is simply too small. In order to increase the amplitude, we need to slow down the brain before the increase happens. It's a little like a slingshot. You pull back on the rubber band and then let go.
The time the Dio doesn't kill her, no one else dies. That's true.
The potential energy you stored in the band,
or they all die of bomb,
and converted into kinetic energy.
The thing is, if Dio doesn't kill her, how does he get a bracelet?
That's what fires the bullet out of the slingshot. Now, while a slingshot can only fire in one direction, your mind isn't similarly limited. When the bullet of your consciousness is fired from the slingshot of your brain, it travels past the three-dimensional world and into the four-dimensional one.
Okay, metaphors are meant to help explain things, not make them infinitely more complicated.
From that perspective, time is no longer fixed. In other words, you can travel to the future, the past, whenever you like. Your consciousness has been released from the three-dimensional cage.
The bullet of your consciousness, the slingshot of your brain, the shrimp of your spleen.
In order for that to happen, I had to infect you with Radical 6.
Whoa, what?
We're infected with Radical 6?
Yes. Don't you remember, Sigma?
The krill of your issue.
Luna should have told you about it in another timeline.
Are you sure? Infecting all of these people with such a horrible disease?
Every single one of you has been infected.
I didn't feel even remotely fucking bad injecting a child with a fatal disease that makes you suicidal.
Well, apart from Luna, of course. Unfortunately, it was necessary. We needed to slow your minds in order to store up your potential energy.
Infect the non-aspers? Fuck 'em.
Then we provided a dire situation that would accelerate your processing speed. The result is what you are now experiencing. Your consciousness now occupies four-dimensional space-time. Even that, however, wasn't enough. You had the ability to travel, but your memories could easily be lost during the trip.
Can I just say, Akane, you have aged really badly in the last year.
If the project was to succeed, you had to be able to retain everything you learned in each reality. That was the reason you were forced to jump so many times. With each jump, your ability to remember improved. Eventually, you would be able to retain everything. That is why we made you play the AB game.
Eventually be able to retain everything. 5 minutes ago, Sigma woke up and went, huh, is this an elevator? I don't think it worked. It's not flawless. I'd say he's about as good at remembering stuff as he was at the start. It still has to vaguely come up in order for him to go, oh yeah, I know that.
That was why you had to select different chromatic doors.
Kind of fascinated by me lulled to sleep by Akane's voice at night all. If you... Nah, I can't figure out a decent way to keep yourself awake. Star jumps. To future me watching the VOD. Hello to future Stardust Piggy, who's probably not watching the VOD.
By forcing specific choices, we could cause you to make more jumps.
Hold your breath. Yeah, good night, Stardust. I get it. I think I finally understand. Well, okay, there are a lot of things I don't understand, but all of what you've just told me makes sense. You did all of this so that Fi and I could jump through four-dimensional space with our memories intact. Right?
Yes.
But why did you need us to do that? People have died for this. I mean, it's kind of how many different ways people died. Murder, antimatter explosion, suicide. I've died. So has Fi. So have you. So why would you do all this? What does it matter that Fi and I jumped through time?
Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable. You were all destined to die. Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
I already know all that! What I'm asking you is why? What is so goddamn important that it's worth all this?
Ah, I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually.
What? Just when is eventually?
In a future not very far from now.
Bullshit! That's not good enough! Why can't you tell us now? Instead of answering, Akane knelt down next to Dio and picked his knife up off the floor.
I'm going to keep this with me.
Change the subject!
But it's almost time.
What are you talking about? We got plenty of time.
No. In a few moments, you'll return to the original timeline.
What?
This is the way it has to be. Don't fight it. Lagomorph.
Yes. Lagomorph?
You call him Zero Jr. His official designation is Lagomorph. Lagomorph, this is an order. Unlock my bracelet.
Oh. That's how.
Compliance.
Now, everything is in place.
So in the third timeline, is that why Dio did you not figure that out before? I wasn't sure how he got a bracelet in the timeline where Akane was alive. Or rather, in the timeline where we didn't see Akane's body. But what I think is really funny is that Dio wakes up in the room with Quark again. Oh, no, he doesn't. There we go. Because he didn't... this is probably why he let Quark make the vote, though. He was so shaken by, like, this. Because of waking up in the room with Quark and being like, okay, I kinda got what I wanted, but that's weird. There we go.
I have put the bracelet onto Dio.
That's what I was trying to say. That's why Dio votes ally in this timeline.
All we have to do is place his body in the 5th AB room, the second one from the right.
Extremely confused as to what's happening. We went back to before the AB game had started and stopped Dio from murdering Akane. Thus, we created... Oh, Dio is confused. Sorry. Yeah, no, Dio's deeply confused.
That's the one Quark is in, right?
Correct. I will move him. I will also put your bodies back into the 3rd AB room. Once that's done, I will reset its puzzle to an unsolved state.
Why do you need to do all that?
To recreate the history that you remember. Your consciousness is about to leave your body and return to the future. Your body will be emptied, and your other consciousness will jump back in. If your bodies aren't back in the 3rd AB room by then, it would be bad.
So you're saying some version of us is going to wake up in that room and repeat the same history again? Well, I guess this could actually be our 2nd or 3rd time.
You are exactly correct. Lastly, I'm going to leave this with you.
She paused and pulled something out of her pocket. It was a small key attached to a string.
I'll tie it onto your ankle so that you won't lose it. All right, Sigma?
So Sigma had this on his foot the whole game and apparently never noticed, really? His ankle? You didn't want to put it in like a secret inside pocket? His ankle? He didn't notice that?
What's it say on there?
Tu fui ego eris.
It's Latin. It means, what you are, I was. What I am, you will be.
Yes.
What am I supposed to do with it?
It will help you meet someone who's very important.
Well, to be fair to no one else noticing it, you can see that his, like, jumpsuit trousers do go down this far. She pulled up his leg to tie it on, but he didn't notice that going tap, 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 tap against his foot with every step. Like, really?
What?
Go. Return to the future. You won't be alone. I will be at your side, watching over you. Now hurry.
Wait, I still...
These trousers tap like that normally? True, maybe. A new destination has been added to the flowchart. We can now return back to here, where we had left Phi to do the voting.
Oh, looks like you're awake.
Is this the infirmary?
Why are we here?
Do you know what happened at the AB gate?
Kay and I went back to the infirmary, but...
We waited and waited, and the two of you never returned.
So we went to the warehouse to check on you.
We found you passed out in front of the AB rooms.
Kay and I hurried back here with you.
I looked over at Phi and met her eyes. Do you remember what happened just now?
You mean what happened a long time ago?
Yeah. You got him pretty good, huh?
Huh. Yeah, I remember all right.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Quark?
What am I? Chopped liver?
Alice!
Back among the conscious and not psychotic, huh?
Yeah, thanks.
Grandpa told me what you did. Thanks for finding the medicine for us.
No problem. All in a day's work. Although, I wouldn't mind a little swimsuit action.
A swimsuit would be more conservative than this outfit.
Really grabbing at straws here, aren't you?
Hey, I wasn't talking to Quark. It was an offer for Alice.
Not really my point.
Oh, whatever. Forget about that. Now that you guys are awake, all we gotta do is open the number 9 door.
Not a good one. Mav, what would you consider a good swimsuit?
Huh?
What are you talking about?
Look at your bracelet.
It says 10.
Okay, you will not. You will do no such thing.
I have 10 BP.
I've got 15 BP? That means I got 6 more points while I was out.
But how?
You've been asleep for more than 2 hours. We've played the AB game 3 times.
3 times?
Yes. Of course, the color and group assignments were shuffled around each time. But no matter who voted, everyone chose Ally. And now all of us have enough to leave.
I was stunned. How had everyone cooperated long enough to raise all of our BP past 9? Was it because Akane hadn't been killed? Without a death to start things off, maybe we'd been less suspicious of one another.
Okay, the reason everyone cooperated long enough to raise all of our BP past 9 was because of the guy who's currently handcuffed to the sink. It's not any more complicated than that.
Or could the bombs have had something to do with it? We'd all joined forces against Dio, and Phi and I had been able to disarm all of them. All of us had banded together against a common enemy and overcome a tremendous threat. Perhaps that had strengthened our bond.
Also, thank God there was never a round where, like, Sigma and Phi were playing against Dio. Because they would have just been fucked.
Which, I had to admit, would be somewhat ironic. After all, Dio had planted the bombs that forced us all to work together against him. This must have been what Akane was talking about.
Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable.
That was like 2 seconds ago, game.
Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
Come on, let's go! Let's open the door and get out of here!
Wait. What about him? After some discussion, we decided to leave Dio behind. Alice was the only holdout. She'd complained about wanting to take him back to her supervisors, but after I mentioned they'd come back to investigate after we escaped and deal with Dio then, she reluctantly complied.
All right, let's get going.
It was a timeline jump ago. You could have saved and quit to continue a week later. I mean, true, but you're not gonna.
Everybody ready? I'm gonna open it.
Yes, just get on with it.
Everyone else swallowed and nodded. I grabbed the liver and pulled it down.
The number 9 door has been opened. It will remain open for 9 seconds.
All right, everybody, let's move. I didn't need to tell them twice. The room inside was clearly a loading elevator. Looked sort of like a large plate on top of a huge pedestal.
Clover did have powers. That's why Alice's agency hired her in the first place. She is indeed an Esper.
We ran to the center of the plate and turned around. Number 9 door stood wide open.
2, 1, 0. The number 9 door is closing. The number 9 door has closed. This ends the nonary game. Thank you for your participation. As the game is over, all doors other than the number 9 door have been unlocked.
Did you unshackle Dio before you left? No. No. Which is maybe a bit fucked, actually. I mean, he's shackled to a sink. He can probably, like, reach up, turn on the tap with one hand.
Looks like we did it.
Cup a tiny bit of water in it, bring it down, get a little slurp. Give it a hydrate and stretch, Shannon. And fuck you for lying about the dice.
Yes, we should keep moving.
Beyond the door was a wide hallway that entered a very solid wall. To the left, we found a very familiar-looking door. We pushed it open and went in.
This was fine enough? No. And no, it wasn't. Isn't the world still screwed?
A pressure exchange chamber.
You know what this place is?
Yeah, sort of.
Send your agency down to retrieve his rotting skeleton later. Okay then.
This whole facility is pressurized, apparently. I think the idea is to keep the air outside, and consequently the virus, from getting inside. That means if we want to go out, we have to decompress so we match the outside air pressure. This room here is where you prepare for going into the actual pressure exchange room. You see all those suits along the wall? I figure we need to put those on and head to the decompression room downstairs.
Whoa! Hold on a minute. You're saying the air outside is full of that horrible virus?
Yeah, that's what it seems like. Of course, according to Akane, we were all already infected with Radical 6, so the whole room seemed a little pointless.
Why? How did all this happen?
Did they?
No, that's not possible.
Sorry to interject, but how am I going to put on a suit on top of my suit?
We've come this far. We can't turn back now. Let's go outside.
How?
There's no way to know what's really going on until we do.
All right.
No one else objected. We all donned the protective suits and headed downstairs to the decompression room.
Suits are one size fits all? You must have had a huge one for Kay, and a tiny one for Quark.
As soon as we were all inside, the process began. Through my helmet, I could hear the soft hiss of air being sucked out of the room. We stood there for several minutes, waiting for the process to finish. At last it did, and we heard the door begin to open. Beyond it was another decompression chamber. We repeated the process 2 more times before we reached the final door and opened it. The dead, bleak landscape wasn't a surprise for me. I'd seen it before, in another timeline. The others hadn't, however, and although I couldn't see their faces through the visors of their helmets, I heard more than a few gasps over the radio. For a few long moments, we just stood there, astonished.
Where the hell are we? The desert, I guess? I figured that out. I mean, which one?
I don't know, but I think I know what day it is.
Hmm?
Look at the moon. It's red, right? That means today's the total lunar eclipse.
So?
Remember the astronomy magazine in the lounge? Well, the next eclipse like this was gonna be on December 31st, 2028. So...
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Are you suggesting we were sleeping for a week after we were abducted?
I think so.
Wherever we were must have been far away from any city. The air was clearer than I'd ever seen it. And the stars, the sky was full of them. More stars than I'd ever seen in my life. I could even spot the hazy arm of the Milky Way. The most striking feature was the moon. It was blood red and massive. Much bigger, in fact, than I remembered it being. Then, as I watched, a black spot began to move across its surface. It was hard to see details, but it looked circular. The spot continued to move across the moon, heading for the right edge. What's that?
The moon. Well, the moon's shadow, actually.
I'm Jellyfriend? You're Jellyfriend, that's what they tell me. See, right here, I've got you in my brain memory. I've got Jellyfriend.
The moon's shadow? I frowned. That didn't make any sense.
Zero told me to stay quiet. I think he was worried I'd spill the beans on his operation. He said if I didn't toe the line, he wouldn't just kill me. He'd kill Quark, too. And I agreed, like an idiot, and brought Quark with me. Just so I could see her. Such an idiot. So, that being the case, might as well start with this. I meant what I said before. That up there is the moon's shadow.
What the hell are you saying?
Think about it. If that's the moon's shadow, then what's eclipse. Then again, this isn't a lunar eclipse. It's a solar eclipse. Anybody in the black spot down there is looking up at the moon, covering the sun.
What? No. No way! If that's the Earth, where the hell are we?
The moon, of course. This is the lunar surface. We were just inside a moon base.
No way. No, you've got to be lying. How do you expect us to believe that? This can't be the moon.
Yeah. That's pretty ridiculous.
Moon theory real?
Besides, if this was the moon, how do you explain the gravity? The moon only has 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. So what's this?
She picked up a rock and dropped it.
See? That looked perfectly normal.
Yes, it looked that way.
Luna?
You were right about the gravity in a way. I was one of the people who knew this wasn't Earth.
Elaborate thing about the moon looking red during eclipses just to throw you off of it being set on the moon? Yeah. We need to see Alice do star jumps without the suit on to be sure. Mav, is there a reason why you're particularly horny on main today?
Well, I suppose I'm not people, if we're being honest, but
Excuse me? What?
please just listen. Alice, you were infected with Radical 6. Then we gave you the Excelivir, which cured you. The Radical 6 isn't completely gone, though. Some of its symptoms stick around for a while.
Can I have a bathing suit for you? I will expect you to send me a picture of what you found so that I can chastise you properly.
What symptoms?
Well, Radical 6 can slow down your brain's processing speed by the root of 1/6. It can take a while for your brain to get back up to speed. Every one of us has been infected. In other words, all of our brains have been processing information at a much lower speed. If you evaluated the root of 1/6, you'll get a number close to 0.408. That means our brains are running at something slightly less than half speed. As you said before, the moon's gravity is about 1/6 that of Earth's. The time that it takes for an object to fall is inversely proportional to the square root of the gravitational acceleration. Since the gravity is lower on the moon, that means the time increases. I guess that's a little technical. Let me give you an example. Say you drop an apple from a height of 4.9 meters. It will take approximately 1 second to hit the ground. On the moon, however, that time would be 1 second times root 6, which would be approximately 2.45 seconds. I used 4.9 meters because it matches up with the acceleration of gravity nicely, but it could be anything. The gravity constant is, well, a constant. You could drop something from 10 centimeters or 10 meters and it would be the same.
Moon isn't organic enough to be infected, but she can limit her frame rate. Fucking frame rate.
Does that make sense? So now we've established that on the moon, things fall root 6 times slower than they do on Earth. That being the case, what would happen if someone's brain slowed down by root 1/6? To them, 2.45 seconds would feel like 1 second. 4.9 seconds would feel like 2. But it's not hypothetical. That's what's been happening to every one of us.
Wait, you're saying that's the reason we didn't notice the weaker gravity?
Are you sure you didn't notice anything? Think back. Huh? You and Sigma and Phi said something about it in the lounge. About how you felt weird.
It's kind of like my body isn't really mine. I'm sort of floating. Like that.
Seemed insane, but what Luna said made sense. In fact, it explained Phi's apparently superhuman strength quite well.
Wait, this is crazy. That can't possibly be Earth out there. Look at it. I've seen photos of Earth, and it's blue and green and beautiful. That thing is just red.
Before we get into that, I should probably tell you something. This isn't New Year's Eve in 2028. Today is January 27th.
In 29?
No.
Don't tell me. 30?
Still no.
And just what year is this?
It's 74. 2074.
No. That's insane. No, I mean, we were abducted more than 45 years ago!
I don't blame you if you don't believe me. But it's the truth.
How can you be sure?
It's not that hard. Quark and I left Earth on January 23rd, 2074. Solar eclipses are easy to predict. We've known that there'd be one on the 27th for a long time. That's just science. Nobody can change that.
But why is the Earth red?
That's a long story. About 45 years ago, on April 13th, 2029, there were 18 annihilation reactors operating in various parts of the world. On the 13th, all 18 of them went up, all at the same time. The explosion was about 180,000 times as powerful as the atom bomb they dropped on Hiroshima.
What? Why?
I suppose it started a few months before that. The government had a test site for a future Mars mission out in the middle of Nevada. On December 31st, 2028, there was an accident. Well, accident doesn't quite convey the right sense of the thing. The point is, Radical 6 claimed its first victims there, then escaped. Didn't take long for it to spread to the rest of the world. Like Luna explained, the virus slows your brain down, but eventually, it also makes you kill yourself.
Fun fact, solar eclipses is how we translate ancient calendars into our own, because people tend to write about when the daytime suddenly goes darker a bit. That is a fun fact. It's nice to see fun fact followed up with a fun fact, as opposed to, like, fun fact, sometimes your eyes just fall out.
Pretty soon, the bodies started to pile up. Some people would take a dive off a building or shoot themselves in the head. You know, the classics. But for some, it was poison, or fire, or asphyxiation, or the noose. Plenty of people jumped in front of trains or cars. One pilot on a passenger airline drove his plane into the ground. Most forms of transportation ground to a halt pretty fast. That meant food couldn't get distributed, and thousands of people who weren't even infected died from starvation. Everywhere you went, there were just piles of corpses, covered in flies and rats and crows. I don't know what hell's like, but I imagine it's a lot like that. After a while, people who managed to avoid getting infected started trying to get in touch with one another. They got a hold of some radios and organized a couple meetings. There was only one thing to discuss, of course.
Remember the game hinted the moon theory well? Yeah, and it was really difficult, because obviously I knew it was a thing, but you're there like, oh, we're on the moon, and I'm like, how do I respond to that? Because I can't just ignore it, as someone who knows stuff, but I also can't respond to it and say,
How could they get rid of Radical 6? The answer, they decided, was purification. They figured they could just roast the surface of the Earth, and that'd kill the virus off for good. On April 13th in 2029, they put their plan into effect. That plan was to detonate all 18 annihilation reactors. Now the truth is, that's mostly just rumor. Nobody really knows what happened. But I've got my own theories. I think that the bombers had already been infected, and when they died, they took billions with them. The ultimate if I die, you're coming with me gesture, I suppose. I bet you money they'd all lost it long before they got to the reactors. Killing most of the world, no matter how bad things had gotten, was not a sane plan, even if it wasn't directly responsible. Radical 6 killed most of the people on Earth. isn't that important. Point is, it happened.
Figure out why I stopped pushing the moon theory and pivoted to the more ridiculous and deniable Phi moon theory. I mean, I didn't know if you just didn't believe yourself or what. That's what helps us realize something about our calculations for eclipses were wrong. We saw Babylon writing about an eclipse that should have been in Morocco instead. Oh, that's cool! Are you sure it wasn't just Radical 6 that caused the speed issues, though?
You ever heard of nuclear winter? Well, that's basically what we got. The explosions threw a ton of crap up into the stratosphere, where it joined up with smoke and ash from all the fires. It blotted out the sun for 7 years. Plants withered and animals died by the millions. The few humans who were left banded together to survive. They were rough times. Eventually they were over, though. The sky cleared and the sun came back. Plants started blooming again, and the animals that hadn't died out completely began to reappear.
Not quite subtle enough from reacting to the moon theory. Well, the nice thing is that I don't know anything about Zero Time Dilemma, so I may move on to that one. I can't inadvertently spoil stuff. So
things weren't quite back to normal, though. It's been 45 years now, but there's still quite a bit of dust and ash in the air. That's what you're seeing. You know why a sunset's red? Well, this is the same thing. Blue and green light have short wavelengths, and they scatter when they run into debris in the air. Red light, on the other hand, has a longer wavelength, which means it'll get a lot farther when the air's dirty. So there you are. The Earth looks red because that's the only color of light that can make it through the atmosphere.
I was speechless. What could I possibly say? There was no reason for Tenmyoji to lie to us. So we were standing on the moon, looking at the Earth. It was 2074. But why? Why were we there? Why were we then? I was so lost in thought, I barely noticed Phi's approach.
Hey, Sigma. I think I figured something out.
A window popped up on the inside of my helmet with a whisper in the corner. She seemed to be using a circuit only we could hear. Yeah? What is it?
I figured out why there's an extra E.
An extra E? Oh, you mean the graffiti?
Yeah, the one on floor B. I think it's an anagram, just like on floor A.
I thought for some reason we'd already covered this being an anagram. What's Anna say this time?
God damn it, Sigma. Knock it off.
Memento mori if the ninth lion ate the sun. If you rearrange the letters, you get... The man on the moon rules the infinite time.
Okay, so hey, it is an anagram.
See? You need 6 E's to get that. So they stuck an extra one in ninth.
I mean, it could have just been the man on the moon rules the infinite Tim. The man on the moon rules the infinite time.
I think it's a message for us from Zero Senior and Akane.
I genuinely thought it was like, remember death when the ninth lion eats the sun. I don't know why I thought that they'd basically just like not touched it.
Remember what she was telling us?
We created the AB project for one purpose.
I was sure they discussed it.
To transport the consciousnesses of 2 people into the past. Those 2 people are you, Sigma, and you, Phi.
So, what are you getting at?
My God, you're slow. You don't get it? They're saying we rule the infinite time. Infinite time. They weren't just talking about having us jump a couple hours. I think they're planning to send us back. Way back.
Remember death's not an anagram, memento mori. Yeah, but I thought that the second half of it changed a little bit to like... I don't know, to just give you a little bit of extra letters. I couldn't remember the exact thing, but I didn't... For some reason I thought it was just that stupid and I was just rolling with it.
Wait a minute. You're saying you think they're gonna send us back 45 years?
Yeah, I'd bet on it.
So the ultimate purpose of the AB project is to send us back in time to that catastrophe Tenmyoji was talking about.
I think so.
That doesn't make sense, though. I mean, we came from that same time period. Before it, actually. So why bring us here and then send us back?
Well, Akane should be able to tell us the rest. Let's go pay her a visit.
Do you know where she is?
I've got an idea. Come on, think. Remember what she said when she gave you the key?
Tu fui ego eris.
The grave. The one in the garden.
Well, come on, what are you waiting for? Let's go.
We turned and ran back in the pressure exchange chamber, the others following close behind.
What are you doing? Did you forget something?
We're gonna go have a talk with somebody.
Who?
You really need me to spell it out? The person behind all this.
You mean Akane?
What?
That is yes. Let me accompany you then.
Wait, why do you know about Akane?
I'll tell you when we get there. Now, if you please. I'm coming with you. You folks just said the magic word.
I'm going to then.
Ironically, 2 Milkmen Go Comedy is a 2 Milkmen anagram, and the 9th Lion thing is a 9th Lion anagram.
So am I.
Hey, is this Akane you're talking about?
Yeah, you know her real well.
Wait, you're serious? What the hell is going on?
Shut up! Just shut up. Come if you want to. We don't need to do roll call. Once we get there, Akane can explain everything. That, we headed back through the airlock.
How are they getting back in? Fingers crossed the door just opens again, I guess. Don't know why it would, but... It does? Cool. That door can only open once. You know, sometimes. Maybe it can open again.
Ah, clever. The number 9 door on floor A is shut forever once the game ends. Assuming Zero Jr. was telling the truth, of course. But the door on floor B...
Ah.
Yeah.
The other
Thought
door.
we might be able to take the lift to it. And it looks like I was right.
Any idea where Akane might be?
Yeah. The grave.
Wait, you mean the grave in the garden?
Yeah. Don't worry. I don't think she's buried there or anything. Chances are she's alive. Just in the grave. Anyway, let's move. To the garden.
Race only unlocks when the heartbeat stops, and I should say Lagomorph first. I assume it was also specifically because it was Akane asking. But I like the idea that he's just like, you know, a creature in fantasy. You say his real name and he must obey you.
Is Akane really under here?
I think so.
What should we do? Are we gonna dig her out?
No, I don't think we'll have to do anything like that. You see the keyhole in the grave? If I just insert this here, I pulled the key off my ankle and fitted it into the hole. I twisted it to the right until I heard something unlock. Remember the first time someone's buried in a place of death, it can only be found with a plot lock? True. She really liked what she did with Snake, huh? What if it is Snake in here? With a quiet grinding, the grave began to shift.
is this?
It doesn't look like a coffin.
Yeah, it's a treatment pod.
Oh my god.
It is, isn't it?
Glass on the cover had frosted over, making it opaque. You couldn't see who or what was in it.
Let's see what's inside.
She grabbed a hold of the lever on the side of the pod.
No good. I think it's locked.
What?
Treatment pod TP00. Stage 1 defrosting complete. Stage 2 will be complete in 10 minutes. Once Stage 2 is complete, the lock will automatically disengage.
Right, cold sleep.
What?
These pods can put people in a cold sleep. It uses something called CAS to freeze human bodies without destroying their cells.
So, Ms. Akane's like an ice cube?
I think so.
Gotta wait till she melts?
Yeah.
So how about you tell us your story while we wait, Kay? Specifically, why do you know Akane?
I remembered.
What do you remember?
Everything. I was born and raised in this facility. It's called Rhizome 9. A rhizome is an underground plant stem that spreads by sending out roots.
I remembered seeing the name Rhizome 9 somewhere before. Is this... Is this maybe the intended path for Sigma to take? Title of this memo? Mystery Schematic. I remembered seeing Rhizome 9. I don't remember when we picked this up, but I remember it was just nonsense. And I literally don't know what this means.
Kind of makes sense, doesn't it? This facility is a little like a rhizome. Supposedly, that's why they call these installations that. The number comes from the facility's number. There are 54 rhizomes on the moon, and this is the 9th one.
Of course it's the fucking 9th one, by the way.
Well, I suppose the other ones don't really matter to you, do they? In any event, I grew up here with Akane and Zero Senior. I watched them create the AB project.
The AB project?
Yes. Its purpose is to send Phi and Sigma, or their consciousnesses at least, to the past.
Yeah.
Like 45 years, right?
Yes.
So, you want us to change history, huh? Go back and keep Radical 6 from getting out, and stop the reactors from exploding.
So we have a 6th class, fittingly called Class 7.
That's our mission?
Well, not exactly.
What do you mean?
It's true that the ultimate goal of the project is to keep Radical 6 from spreading to the general population. But even if you do make it back, you won't be able to do much. By now, it's already too late.
Too late?
What do you mean?
Begin at the beginning. You might be thinking that Zero Senior and Akane were the ones who created all this, but that's not entirely correct. They only followed the histories they'd already seen. It was the only choice they had. Nothing less than the future of mankind is at stake. We need the two of you to jump through timelines while maintaining your memories. That is why you had to play the AB game, and why the chromatic doors were necessary. By forcing multiple options, you could make numerous jumps. We speculated that jumping more would strengthen your memories. The puzzles were also there for a purpose.
Yeah, what about the fucking dice puzzle, Kay?
Some theories hold that a moment of insight when you solve a puzzle strengthens your connection to the fourth dimension. That was the reason for the puzzles. Your infection with Radical 6 was also a vital part of our plan. By slowing down your brain's processing speed, we can store your potential. With that energy stored up, we just had to provide a life or death situation to launch your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Like a bullet from a slingshot.
Wait, hold on just a minute here. You keep talking about Sigma and Phi, but what about the rest of us? Why did you bring us here?
That's simple.
Shrimple.
In earlier histories, you were all here in Rhizome 9.
You were here because you were here. Cope.
We needed you here to accurately replicate those histories. Although I suppose that's probably not a good enough explanation for you. In a sense, though, it is the truth. Our primary goal was to replicate history. The rest is... Yes, I suppose I should explain. Very well.
Shrimply put fuck you specifically. I mean, it was the same with Lotus in 999. She was only there because, like, when Akane looked to the future, she was there. That was why she was there. She was only there because she was there.
I will try and do so in a way you can understand.
It's weird that this series focuses so much on people having... Yeah, on Shulk's Law, as we'll call it. On the ability to change the future. But it's also like, oh no, this was determined. This can't be prevented. We have to do it that way. Like, that's strange.
First, Alice and Clover. They were abducted 45 years and 1 month ago, on December 22nd, 2028.
And they look great for it.
The location is Earth, of course.
Shulk's Law, I have to play Xenoblade. Xenoblade is a fantastic game, so you should be playing it anyway.
More specifically, Los Angeles, California. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
After being kidnapped, your bodies were sent to a facility under Akane's direction. You were placed in treatment pods and immediately put into cold sleep. 4 months later, you arrived at this facility. The date you finally arrived was April 14th, 2029. Your trip from Earth to this facility was aboard a spaceship powered by an annihilation engine. Following your arrival, your pods were placed in long-term storage. Does that make sense?
Are you telling me we were sleeping in those pods here for 45 years?
Yes, in preparation for this day.
But why? What do you need us for?
You are an Esper, aren't you, Clover? I mean that you are able to access the fourth dimension. Am I wrong?
Did Akane tell you?
In a manner of speaking. As I've already explained, the purpose of this project is to send Sigma and Phi's consciousnesses to the past. Espers are able to sort of resonate with one another, which can amplify their power. You understand? This is why we brought you here, Clover.
What about me?
We needed your help, Alice, to deactivate Dio's bombs.
We needed a turbo nerd who could somehow uncrypt fucking primes or whatever.
Huh? But I didn't do anything.
But you did, in another history.
Alice, you are here because we left a bizarre cliffhanger at the end of 999 and we had to somehow work that in when that game sold really well, so we decided to make a sequel.
You were able to perform a prime decomposition on the 25-digit integer that Dio left behind. Only you could do that sort of thing.
Literally only you, because it's not possible.
Because of your feat of mathematics, we were about to determine that Dio had planted the bombs.
I mean, Luna certainly couldn't. She can't even select which pictures have a car in them.
Then we were able to question him. and get the password for the number 31. Finally, we use that information to stop the bomb in this timeline.
That's a funny pronunciation of detonation.
Without your help, Alice, we would have been reduced to nothing more than so much space dust. This history exists because of your presence.
Was Dio supposed to use that code? Maybe he has a computer that does prime factor decomposition, I don't know.
Now, let me explain why we needed Tenmyoji and Quark. And Tenmyoji is simple. We needed you for the same reason we needed Clover. You are able to access the fourth dimension. Almost half a century ago, you used that ability to save a young girl, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
We needed you to resonate with Sigma and Phi, so we brought you here. All it took was a messenger.
Yeah, maybe he has a computer that does cube roots. That's also... Yeah, it's not even that impressive a prime factor decomposition, huh?
Do you want to see Akane? If you do, come with me. I was a fool and fell for it.
And you brought Quark with you. In fact, you insisted that he come.
Yeah, I know. I guess you were worried about leaving me alone, huh? He kept saying he couldn't run off to the moon and leave me behind.
I'm sorry, Quark.
So stupid. Like, you know what happened in the last Notary game.
If I hadn't been so stupid and selfish, none of this would have happened to you. I never thought this would happen. Can you ever forgive me?
Oh, don't worry about it. I mean, I agreed to come with you. I thought the moon would be way more interesting than boring old Earth. What kid would turn that down?
We didn't see the messenger after we got on the ship. It was on autopilot. As soon as we got in, and headed straight for the moon. During the trip, Zero told me to keep quiet once we got there. I don't remember anything after we landed.
Then there was a bunch of that white smoke, and we passed out, and when I woke up, I was in the AB room.
Now, Dio. His real name is Left, and he's the leader of a terrorist organization called the Myrmidons. He was ordered to come here. The Myrmidons are under the control of an organization called Free the Soul, which is in turn controlled by a man known as Brother. It was Brother who orchestrated the release of Radical 6 into the general population 45 years ago. Do you remember what Phi mentioned earlier? The ultimate purpose of the AB project is to change history and keep Radical 6 from being released.
Yes, because Left is such a real name and Dio is a clear pseudonym. Don't worry about it.
If we succeed, that would be bad for Brother and his organization. Our success would prevent them from creating the ideal world they're working toward. That is why Brother sent Left, his trusted lieutenant, to this facility. They needed to stop the AB project.
You know, it's kind of sad this game has American pronunciations because, all things considered, if they pronounced Lieutenant the, you know, the European way, it'd be way funnier. Because then it would literally just be like, his name is just a shortening of Lieutenant.
So, Dio was given two tasks. The first was to eliminate Akane, the architect of the AB project. The second was to join the AB game and win it. If Dio won the game, the AB project would not be completed, at least not in that timeline. In other words, in that world, the project would have been stopped. If things didn't go as planned, Dio was given a contingency plan.
Earth in this timeline is just a bunch of Dio clones running around being Dio. You have to stop this. Yeah, that's the apocalypse. Billions of people died, and now there's just Dio everywhere.
If you cannot murder Akane and win the game, destroy Rhizome 9. Hence, the bombs.
Can I ask you something?
Perhaps.
How did Brother know about the AB project?
Fucking perhaps. I don't know. Can you?
He was also an Esper. We can set Brother aside for now, though. May I proceed?
No one objected. We were all curious.
Excellent. That explains everyone, save two.
Oh, Planet for Two is so much for the tolerant left.
Luna and myself. Sigma and Phi already know the truth about Luna. I don't believe I should reveal any more, however. I think it would be more appropriate if you could ask Luna yourselves at a later time. Would that be all right with you, Luna?
Yes, that's okay.
As for me, as I said before, I was born and raised here. The rest of you were brought to this facility, but I've never left. That makes me someone close to Zero Senior and Akane.
Hey, I've been wondering, who is Zero Senior?
You've already met him, Sigma. In another timeline.
Yeah. Well, I saw a hologram. I still don't know who he is.
Stage 2 is complete. TP00 unlocking.
It looks like it's finished. Shall we open the pod?
Yeah, let's do it. All of us gathered around the pod. The glass was still covered with frost, hiding the contents.
Okay. Let's get started then. Ready?
Phi laid her hand on the lever and looked around at us. I swallowed. Yeah, anytime.
All right. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
What? Suddenly my head was full of memories from other timelines. I'd seen something like this before. The warehouse of floor B, in front of the white door. Kay was lying in front of me. I grabbed his mask and saw my own face. I never figured out who he really was. Why was there a man with my face underneath Kay's armor? It didn't make sense. After I'd seen him, I was injected with Chubocurarine, and that was the end of that. But, wait. The person in the pod was the same person I'd seen on the floor of the warehouse. Who was wearing Kay's armor?
You finally noticed. Didn't I tell you? You won't be alone. I will be at your side, watching over you.
No. Oh my god, you're...
Yes, I am.
Akane Kurashiki.
It's you. June. I mean, Akane. From... But you're old.
Yes, that's correct. I haven't spoken to you in a very long time, Clover. Or you, Junpei.
Junpei?
I thought you'd figured this out, Clover.
Akane. Long time no see.
I could barely hear what they were saying. My mind was still reeling. It felt like all the air had been knocked out of me, and it was all I could do to not collapse right then and there.
When? How long?
Do you remember when the two of you saved me in the warehouse?
Glad we got to see that again.
Once you saved me, you went back to your future. Well, your minds did at least. I carried your bodies to the 3rd AB room, and then took Dio's to the 5th. After that, I went into the 1st room and borrowed Kay's armor.
So by the time you and Clover came out, you'd already...
Yes.
Wait. That doesn't make any sense. Dio killed you. And then Luna took your body to the 6th room. You couldn't have been in Kay's armor.
No, it was me. In this timeline, at least. In this one, I wasn't murdered by Dio. You two saved me. It's just like Schrodinger's cat.
Schrodinger? They did fuck up Schrodinger one more time.
Your actions in the future decided who would be inside the armor in the past.
What? No, that's nuts.
Alright, what about the other history? The one where you weren't saved. What happens then?
Schrodinger's cat.
Who's wearing the armor?
That's quite simple. The man in front of you.
Him?
That's correct. Whenever I'm not in the armor, he is.
What about the memory loss?
For my part, I confess that I lied. He, on the other hand, was telling the truth.
Why does he have the shirt? Why do you not have that shirt? That's just what fashion looks like.
Large doses of soporil can cause memory loss. I gave him a rather large dose.
So, who is he?
You've never seen him before?
No.
What about the rest of you?
I have no idea who he is.
I've never seen him before.
Me either. Total stranger.
Hey, come on. What are you guys saying? Right here? Same face?
Huh? Huh?
Are you alright, Mr. Sigma? Did you hit your head or something?
Huh? What? It didn't make any sense. Why didn't they recognize me?
Sigma, your consciousness can jump through time. You can inhabit your body in the past or in the future.
What does that mean?
Don't you get it? You've jumped to the future. From 45 years ago.
I looked around frantically. A pond. I ran to it and threw myself down on my knees. Crawling on all fours, I approached the edge. My heart was hammering inside my chest. A cold sweat trickled down my spine. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down, damn it. I struggled to take deep breaths. Then slowly, I peered into the pond, looking for my reflection. What? No. This can't be real. This face.
It's your face, Dr. Sigma Climb. Although, to the you that's behind it now, it's your face 45 years from now. Zero, the mastermind of the AB project.
I do love that everyone was like, no, I've never seen him before in my life. But he is wearing Sigma's hideous shirt.
Is you.
What? No, that's not possible. That's bullshit.
No. It's the truth.
A man just has no perception capabilities at all. That's why the key makes sense. What bothers me about that, like, the game goes out of its way to make sure that, like, there's nothing that's reflective or whatever, but it's like, he never rubbed his eyes.
Fighting it isn't going to do you any good. Please, Doctor.
I'm not a doctor.
You will be. A pioneer in the field of genetic engineering.
You're lying.
No, I'm not. You created him. Well, I suppose I should say you are going to create him.
Create?
His name is Kyle Climb.
Why is that pronounced climb?
Your clone.
But I would like to say, Milkavoli is I love climb backwards.
That is why he looks just like a younger version of yourself.
Which I didn't notice until this playthrough, but once I noticed it, that's why I was able to remember it.
23 years ago, in the biolab here in Rhizome 9, you created Kyle.
For some fucking reason, you also ordered another custom version of that shirt. I begged you not to.
Well, I suppose for you, that's still in the future. When I said I was born and raised here, I was still pretending to be him. The gravity here is only 1/6 of Earth's. If nothing was done, the reduced gravity would cause his bones to be weaker than normal human ones.
His hands are kept extremely moisturized to remain young feeling? Well, remember, his hands aren't real.
But you prepared for that. You gave him that armor. Ever since he was born, he's lived inside of it.
The milk keeps them young.
It kept his muscles and bones strong.
See, milk, climb. You know? That's why he was full of milk, because he was climb.
He wasn't forced into it for the nonary game. He's been wearing it every day, all his life.
Well, except today, when I stole it. He told people it's 24 of them. Went, okay, I guess you age badly. Yeah, there's constant jabs about him being senile, or is your eyesight going, or things like that. But why would future me create a clone?
He was to be your spare. If something happened to you before the project began, he would take your place. I mentioned before that the AB projects A and B stood for after and before. That isn't all they mean, though. The A also means anima, and the B means body. Anima is another word for the soul or the consciousness. Body is, well, exactly what it says on the tin.
But that's not all. AB game also stands for apple and banana, which are my two favorite fruits.
The past consciousness will go into the future body, and the future consciousness will go into the past body. They switch.
It's funny, I said a million times while playing how weird it was they called him old man all the time and never saw this coming. I didn't even notice. I didn't see this coming at all. I think I'm the only person who, like, didn't hate this twist. It did something that was unexpected and recontextualized some random things, and I was like, oh, there were jokes about him being old. I thought it was just Fi being mean.
That was the chief goal of the project.
Wait, so the future person goes into the past person?
Sigma, do you remember the note you found in the garden?
You mean this, right?
Yes. Ah, of course, it was you who investigated the garden in this timeline.
Yeah.
Sigma, take a good look at this.
I think you already looked at it. Yeah, I remembered! I remembered from weeks ago!
It's an illustration of the time jumps your consciousness is making. A is where everything began. December 25th, 2028. You inhaled the white smoke in your car and lost consciousness. From there, you jumped to B. January 25th, 2074. You woke up in one of the AB rooms in Rhizome 9.
And you thought there'd be no more Sigma Crotch? Ah, couldn't end the game off without Sigma Crotch.
You are in your own body, but it is 67 years old. Your consciousness has jumped 45 years into the future. I believe that may explain why you didn't notice the reduced lunar gravity. The body you woke up in was much older. Normally, you would have noticed that your muscles were much weaker. In this case, however, the lower gravity balanced that out. Moving on. If you continue along this line, what happens next? You reach C, which is January 27th, 2074.
Mav messed up an emote. Everyone point and laugh. And because the lower gravity made your hair floating, you didn't notice that it was much longer and grey.
That is today.
Your layout messed up? No, it doesn't work in chat. Does it work in the chat on stream? No, Mav, you just failed.
Whoa. Wait, what do you mean? Are you saying it's been 2 days since we woke up?
36 hours to be exact. Have you already forgotten?
They've been up for 36 hours and at no point was one of them like, damn, I'm a bit thirsty.
You are all infected with Radical 6. The virus slowed your brain down. So yes, 36 hours of real time have passed. But to you, it only seemed like 14 hours and 40 minutes.
Okay, even in 14 hours, 40 minutes, no one went, you know, actually, I kinda need to pee.
Now comes the important part.
Ravane, can you please not open cats? Thank you.
After this, your consciousness will return to the past. It will re-emerge at point D. April 13th, 2029. You will return to your younger body.
But that's the same day as the reactor explosions.
Why pee if you never drank?
Yes. That is why I said it will be too late. You will return to the past, but the events you would want to prevent will have already happened. The story does not end there, however. The line continues. After reaching point D, you will eventually return to B.
Okay, what the fuck? Okay, why does he have to go to point D? That was the part I could never figure out, was what D was supposed to be, and now that we've been told that, I don't... Why does he go there?
But this time, you won't be jumping through time, or at least not at a rate faster than normal.
Okay, so he's also gonna go through the Radical 6 infested world and age, which is when he ages. Yeah.
Your consciousness will spend 45 years inhabiting the same body until you reach point B.
Yeah, maybe if we went back to before the event. Yeah, I get that he has to set this up so the event can happen, because the event needs to happen so that he can go back, but like... Could he not just go back to here, fix it, and then wait and set it all up? Did he have to do it this way?
Do you remember when B is Sigma?
January 25th, 2074. Oh, I guess he couldn't do that because if he prevents this, then this never Oh! According to what you just told us, it's 36 hours ago.
Correct. That was when the consciousness of the 22-year-old Sigma jumped into the body of 67-year-old Sigma. So where did the older version of you go when you took his body?
Shulk could have just solved this so much more straightforwardly. Yeah, he just would have, like, cast Monado armor. Everyone would have been fine. Point A. December 25th, 2028. The day all this started.
Yes. His consciousness will go back in time 45 years.
So, well, you get to be an old man for now. One day you'll be an old man in a young body. 'Cause there's nothing weird about that. You pretty much never really get to be quite right again. Sucks to be you.
For a period of time, he will inhabit your younger body. While your younger consciousness is elsewhere, he will be you in the past.
But once that body reaches point D, my 22-year-old consciousness will come back from point C.
That's correct. When that happens, the older version of you will be ejected from your younger body and return to your body at C.
That armor prevents viral diseases, physical and ether damage, and viral diseases. I was more implying to protect the, to prevent the, explosion, but yeah, I suppose we should... Shulk should solve it a different way. Probably something with Monado Purge. So it's rotating.
Rotating. I suppose you could put it that way. But look at this illustration closely.
Does it look like it's fucking rotating to you?
What if you take all these lines and untangle them? You get one single line.
No. No, you don't. Like, yeah, from the star. Woo, and then you reach here. And no, you don't.
It may look complicated, but in truth, it's a single straight path.
Shut up!
With one exception.
I'm a millionaire. Well, with one exception. This line here at point E, right?
Exactly. Point E is December 31st, 2028, the day of the total eclipse.
The day Radical 6 got out of the test facility.
Yes. By now, you've likely figured it out on your own. The purpose of the AB project was to get the consciousness of the 67-year-old Sigma from point B to point A. If we can do that, we can change what happened 45 years ago.
So the old version of me will keep Radical 6 from getting out. By jumping into my 22-year-old body on New Year's Eve 2028?
Yes. That is why this line could not be interrupted. In order for the 67-year-old version of you to reach point B, we first have to go through point D. In order to get to point D, we must jump from point C. And for point C to happen, we had to recreate everything that happened in this facility. That is why we have faithfully retraced history up to this point, so that we might save humankind from destruction and undo the horrors of the last 45 years.
Tell me one thing.
What is that?
You said that point C is January 27th, 2074, which is today. There's gonna be a jump, and I'll jump to April 13th, 2029.
Yes, that's right.
But, look. I'm still... old. When is this jump supposed to happen?
Very soon.
Soon?
Yes.
And what's gonna trigger it?
We need potential energy stored to send your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Fortunately, we now have plenty of that. Thanks, ironically, to Radical 6. All that remains is to launch your consciousness, like a bullet from a slingshot.
And how do you propose to do that?
Didn't I tell you? A crisis. A moment balanced between life and death. That can jumpstart your brain.
What do you mean?
You haven't figured it out. I mean this.
Yo's knife? No sooner were the words out of my mouth. Fi! I screamed and leapt toward them. Akane was already in motion, the knife diving toward Fi's chest. I was almost there. When I regained consciousness, I was on the floor. There was a dull pain in my chest. Felt for a cut, but something was in the way. It took me a moment to realize it was Akane's body lying on top of me. I twisted my neck to look around. Nearby was an old tombstone. On it was written a few words in Latin. Tu fui, ego eris. What you are, I was. What I am, you will be. This fuck-ass game. Hey, at least we finally get, like, full credits. Thank you for the hydrate, Mav. Don't mind if I do. And the stretch. Oh, thank you for the stretch, Shannon. This sure was a game of all time. Look, of all the games that have ever been made, this was one of them. Sure, I'm glad I was watching the whole time and understand everything and didn't just join at the end, but there was a weird ass line diagram that didn't mean anything. I don't even really know what to say about this one. I think 999 is just like perfect, to be honest. I remembered this one being better because I loved all of the twists at the end. And I still think this game is really good, much as chat is absolutely ripping on it. I think this is a worthy sequel, I won't lie. How do they suddenly have enough control to send Sigma back to a specific moment? Is it because old Sigma knew that's what would happen? I
I don't know. I don't know how they jump back to specific places. Yeah, this game is really good. A new destination has been added to the flowchart. It also doesn't end. Time after time saw Phi's ending in VLR. Time for us to go back. Way back. April 13th, 2029.
Today is April 13th, 2029, and this is the evening news. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I don't have any news to read. All of our station's reporters have passed after contracting Radical 6. So have my... Excuse me. I've managed to keep us on the air until now. But I'm out of tricks. It's time for me to sign off. This concludes our broadcast day. I pray that someday our world can be cleansed of this horrible plague. Goodbye.
For a moment, I just stared at the TV. The roar of the static seemed to fill the entire room, until with a click, it disappeared too. Had the power gone out? I heard footsteps behind me, and turned around. You. Akane.
It looks like the first step was successful.
What the fuck? You killed me!
Killed?
I guess technically you're going to kill me 45 years from now, but still!
Hey, no need to be rude about it. I didn't kill you. I hit you with the butt of the knife. You're fine.
I'm okay?
Yes. You and Phi needed to experience a state of crisis. That was the only way.
Me and Phi? Where the hell's Phi?
Yes. I only told you about you, but we also needed Phi to jump. Now, you know what happens next, right?
We go to the moon?
Correct. We will be leaving tomorrow, April 14th, 2029. We've nearly finished preparing your shuttle. Only a few last-minute checks and additions. You'll be traveling to Rhizome 9, along with 3 treatment pods.
Alice and Clover, right?
Yes.
What about the third one? Who's in there?
Phi. We put her into cold sleep 2 days ago. She appeared at our headquarters and volunteered to be frozen. That wasn't the Phi who jumped from point C, though. It was Phi before she jumped from point A to point D. In other words, she was following the same path you are. And she still is.
Then that means that after you froze her, the point C version of her jumped back into her body?
Yes. The point C version of Phi is sleeping in that pod. She'll stay there for the next 45 years, sleeping in ice.
Then, when she gets to point B, her consciousness will jump to point A, right?
Correct.
Huh. So that's why she didn't look old. So, why don't you just stick me in one of those pods?
We can't do that.
Why not?
You haven't figured it out? You have to spend the next 45 years working on the AB project. After arriving at Rhizome 9, you must master genetic engineering and artificial intelligence programming, among other disciplines. Otherwise, you will be unable to create Kyle, Luna, and Lagomorph.
Okay, that's kind of a lot of pressure.
And, of course, you will need to develop the chromatic doors and the bracelets.
And this takes me 45 years?
You will also be the person who summons Tenmyoji and Quark. Once you've completed all the preparations, then the project can actually begin. January 25th, 2074. You will defrost Phi and carry her to the 3rd AB room. Once you've done that, the 22-year-old version of you from point A will force you out. And you'll just go back 45 years to your own body on December 25th, 2028.
And then I change history? Do you really think I can keep this virus from getting out?
You have to.
The idea for the AB project come from? Who came up with it? Presumably this woman right here.
If you don't, billions of people will die.
So to master voice acting to play the Lagomorph role, it'll be key to sell this game. I like the idea that Sigma recorded them all.
Only you and Phi can save them.
What about you? Aren't you an Esper too?
I can't do anything on my own. If this is going to work, I'll need your help.
So, what do I need to do?
What do you mean?
Like, what specific actions do I need to take? When Phi and I jump to point A, what are we gonna do then? I'll try and keep it in the back of my mind for 45 fucking years.
You'll both enter the Mars mission test site.
What if, like, Alzheimer's ran in Sigma's family? Who would know?
And after that?
I don't know.
What?
I'm sorry. I really don't know anything about what happens in there. We don't know how the Radical Six escaped. We don't even know why it was there in the first place.
Ah, crap. And we're screwed.
That's why we need your help. You have the ability to jump through time and across parallel worlds. We need you to figure out what happened in that test facility.
He loves to build a nonary game for spurious reasons. True. Junpei and Akane don't get married. Well, given that he spent all of his life looking for her and never found her again, gonna assume no?
Things will be difficult. And I'm sure you will find yourself in a great deal of danger. But I believe the two of you can overcome any obstacle.
Wait. How do you know it's so dangerous?
The 67-year-old version of you told me what happened. He wasn't able to stop the virus. So I suppose you could say you told me after you failed.
What did I say?
That the test facility is full of traps. There was one point, a woman's life was in danger. You risked yourself for her sake, and lost your arms and your right eye.
My arms and my right eye? What the hell? Suddenly, a low rumble shook the building. What was that?
Go have a look.
This man has no awareness of anything. I'd like to think I'd notice if I was missing an eye, but...
I moved slowly to the window and peered outside. On the horizon, I could see a massive mushroom cloud climbing slowly toward the sky. Would we really be able to change the course of history? No, that was the wrong way to look at it. It couldn't be a question. I had to change history.
Why is your Lottie Soda not missing an eye? I considered it. I genuinely considered it, but I felt that it would be too much. Doing the Child Akane for 999 was cute as hell, and I don't think it was super obvious why I did that even after she appeared. Until the very end when it finally maybe clicked, like, oh my god, wait, that's why. This would have been too much. But I did consider it.
You could save the world. I'm gonna change history. I stared at the darkening skies above us and steeled myself. I would succeed.
I mean, just in general, I considered wearing Zero's outfit rather than Sigma's gross-ass shirt that this guy apparently just keeps for 45 years so that he can put it on himself. End or beginning. Fire and Ice saw the end, or maybe the beginning. So we're done? That's done? We're done? Done now? Yes, yes? Finished? Motherfucker. Infirmary. Another time. Did the whole thing about always styling the song after the character you're playing as and then you didn't? I mean, I'm wearing his clothes.
Where?
I see you've finally woken up, Kyle.
Kyle?
Ah, yes. Of course. You've only just woken up in this timeline. It's only natural for some of your memories to be missing.
I lurched upright, jumped off the bed, and ran around to the other side of the partition. The mirror over the sink was covered with a film of dirt. I wiped it off with my sleeve, and my reflection stared back at me.
Fuck off. This mirror that Sigma explicitly said was too dirty to see anything in, he just had to wipe it with his sleeve? This game's biggest twist was hinging on the fact that Sigma doesn't go, oh, that's a bit dirty, hold on. Sure. There was no mistake. The reflection belonged to
Kyle Clem.
So it is Clem.
So, I'm Dr. Clem?
No, it is
Zero
Clem.
Senior's clone?
What? How do you know that? Shouldn't you still be suffering from amnesia?
An excellent question, one I didn't quite know the answer to myself. I knew who Kyle Climb was. In another history, he had been called K and had worn a suit of armor.
He already knew he wouldn't, I guess, but why not just break the mirror? Was the mirror even dirty to begin with? True.
He hadn't just worn the armor in that history, though. Apparently he'd worn it all his life. Kyle had been born and raised in this lunar installation, which seemed to be called Rhizome 9. Rather late in his life, Akane had appeared as a mother figure, and he had consequently grown very attached to her. I knew everything about him, but even though I knew it, I didn't feel it. Was I really Kyle Klein? Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw his face. The spitting image of Sigma Climb in his younger days. I looked down. There was Dio, still handcuffed. I turned back around to Luna.
What day is today?
January 27th, 2074.
And today is the last day of the AB project. Akane has explained everything in the garden. And she drew a knife and attacked Phi. How long have I been asleep?
About 5 hours in real time. For them, it would have seemed like a little more than 2 hours.
So they still haven't been treated for their Radical 6?
No, they've all been given the antiviral. It just takes a while to have an effect.
I see. So the consciousness of the younger Sigma has gone back into the past. It should have happened right after Akane attacked Phi, right?
Yes.
Why am I here?
The doctor carried you back here. You were in the pod in the garden.
So the person you call the doctor is Sigma Klein, as inhabited by his age-appropriate consciousness.
Yes, but how do you know that?
Dio seems to have remained unconscious.
Yes. I've been administering Soparil whenever he gets restless.
Not dealing with that shit.
What about the others?
They've all gone off to different areas. Tenmyoji and Quark, for instance.
Oh, right! Mr. Klein!
So the sleepyhead's finally up, huh?
What are you two doing here?
You don't know where we are?
This is the upper floor of the pressure exchange chamber. The real one.
Mm-hmm.
We were just about to get dressed and head out.
You plan to return them? To Earth, I mean.
Yeah.
Sigma told us where we could find the shuttle that brought us here. Well, guess he's not really the Sigma I knew anymore. He's Dr. Klein now, or Zero Senior, depending on how you look at it.
How will we get back?
Why?
I know that we don't need to, but it's like, what if Clover wants to go back? These two are just gonna steal the ship and be like, whee!
What do you mean, why?
Well, I'm just curious why you would choose to return to a devastated planet when you could stay here.
How's staying here gonna help? You're gonna say something idiotic about how we should wait here until Sigma changes the past, are you? You can't wait for something that's already happened. Grammar doesn't work that way. Hell, nature doesn't work that way.
I like that you went for nature second.
You following me? We've already lived through history.
The moon has a panty that's stocked for decades. Delicious panties.
Sigma failed to keep the virus from getting out. About 45 years ago, Radical 6 created a pandemic, and the antimatter reactors blew up. That all happened. Whatever Sigma does in the past, history's not gonna change. In fact, it's because of what he did, or didn't do in the past, that we've got this past and present. Let me give you an example. Imagine a group of 100 motorcycles driving down an endless freeway.
No, you see, we're doing this again, right? Like, metaphors are meant to make things easier, and I just know this isn't gonna do that. I don't know where it's gonna go, but I just know that it's gonna be fucked.
Eventually, they hit a junction. The road splits in two. One freeway continues off northwest, and the other stretches out to the northeast. So one guy, we'll call him S, pipes up. "Let's go northwest," he says. So they take the northwestern road, but about a mile past the intersection, something horrible happens. A semi driving the other way veers into their lane and plows through the bikers. 90 of them die. The surviving 10 are wounded, but survive. They don't stop, though. They keep riding down that highway, and eventually they'd gone 10,000 miles. Then suddenly, something happens that they couldn't have predicted. S, who had survived, suddenly has his consciousness thrown back in time. He ends up back in his own body just before they reach the junction. He remembers everything. So what does S do? What anybody would do. Let's go northeast. That means all 100 of the bikers survive to reach their destination, happy and healthy. And they all live happily ever after.
Why did there have to be 100 of them?
That's what you're thinking, right? It's a great outcome for the 100 bikers that went northeast. But what about the 10 that went northwest and survived the accident?
Huh? Wouldn't it be 9 people? I mean, S's mind went back in time, right?
Right. Okay, 9 people then.
Yeah, but it got replaced with the other one. At least that seems to be how it works for Sigma. So there's just a guy who's like, which path shall I take? Quickly blinks, and then he's like, oh, why is everyone fucking dead?
What happens to the reality they were living? Does it just disappear when S changes the past? It's not as if it was only bad things that happened during that 10,000-mile trip. Maybe one of them fell in love with a woman working at a gas station they stopped at and had a child. Maybe one of them picked up a homeless kid who joined them on their adventure. That 10,000-mile journey would be full of stories. Friendships, farewells, romances. The loss of those 90 lives is horrible and unfortunate. But what would rewriting their history mean? The 9 who survived lived full lives. How can it be right to just erase all that? The survivors overcame their own misery and loss and made the best they could of the hand they'd been dealt. Isn't that worth something? Isn't that the best thing that humans can aspire to? Is there really any point to a world where everything is happy? Are people who struggle for a better life just idiots? Being human is about fighting, even when it seems hopeless, and finding happiness, even in a world that hates it. Are you saying that's worthless?
The first game said? Well, the first game said a lot of things, but we've rewritten some of them, so shh.
If you're saying rewriting the past will erase all these other timelines, then whatever God wrote those rules can Look, I'm just not going to accept that, alright? You get it?
If Sigma changes the past, then you and Quark will never meet.
Is he right?
No, it's not going to happen. We're here right now. This is reality. Even if Sigma does change the past, we're not just going to disappear or something.
Oh, then that means we get to stay together? Good.
Thanks, kid.
I understand how you feel.
Was this the explanation for them leaving? Because they have a life back on Earth. But I don't know, because Tenmyoji's pretty old. Quark's pretty young. Quark's gonna be fending for himself real soon.
Why you want to return to Earth is clear. You have lives there, I imagine. There are likely people waiting for you.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Have you already said goodbye to the others?
I guess they like gathering scrap. That's their life. They're like, yay, scrap. Root beer float.
Bye, Luna, Alice, and Clover all saw us off. We told them we'd see them again someday, and then came here.
They were the only people you want to say goodbye to?
Well, no point saying anything to Dio.
Besides, he's asleep. You were asleep too.
Sorry, but we didn't really know much about you.
You have a point.
Are we scrap hating?
Akane was in the armor in this timeline, after all. What about Sigma?
Well, he's not really Mr. Sigma anymore.
Of course. He is Dr. Klein now that his consciousness has returned.
Yeah, but more importantly, he's the guy who brought us all here. Not a lot of warm feelings there, you know?
And Akane?
Never mind her. She's just like him. Not the Akane I knew.
No, exactly the Akane you knew. She did that shit then too, mate.
She must have seen some pretty awful things over the years. Hell, she might not even be human anymore. But the Akane Kurashiki I know isn't here. She's not anywhere.
In the end, Clover and I were just pawns. Pawns to be used and then gotten rid of. Still, it's not like we're completely resentful.
Those fuck-ass jellyfish.
We had to be here to help change the past. That part's easy to understand. But
kinda sucks, though. I mean, Sigma and Phi have it easy. They get to go back to December 25th in 2028. They'll stop the Radical Six and save the world, and then they'll have a nice, normal future to look forward to. In other words, they get to go back to Point E and just enjoy history like it was supposed to happen.
But we don't. We're stuck with Point C as our starting point.
You told us about Tenmyoji's story, right? The one with the motorcycles?
Yeah, for some reason I did pass that on.
It would be like if Alice and I were kidnapped right before the intersection. Then whoever grabbed us takes us to wherever the bikers are going, 10,000 miles to the northwest.
Don't get us wrong. We know why we had to be here. Without us, S's consciousness wouldn't have been able to go back to right before the intersection.
If that couldn't happen, then the fate of those 90 dead bikers would be sealed. But
It's still not the best situation for those of us left in the Northwest. We're stuck in the reality where the 90 bikers died.
Are we just supposed to go live on Earth? It's a wasteland now. And what about our friends and families? We left a whole world behind 45 years ago.
God, what a joyous, happy ending this is.
Even if it is for the greater good?
It just doesn't seem fair, does it?
Yeah.
Nothing is fixed. Everything's awful.
So we went and talked to the old lady.
She told us that there is one way.
One way we could get back to the past.
Let's say you do go back to the past. Wouldn't that cause your minds to get thrown back here? That seemed to be how Sigma and Phi's jumps worked, at least.
Yes, you're right.
But this is different.
Different? How so?
From what she said, it sounds like there's a way we can send our bodies back in time, too.
VLR, I am trying so very, very hard with you right now.
That's ridiculous. It would create a paradox. How could you have 2 Clovers and 2 Alices at the same time?
Well, you wouldn't. I'm crying, I swear. Appreciate a story about trying to fix a timeline is actually dealing with the Doom timeline still existing. Yeah, but also, like, they're just gonna hop in to, you know, like the TARDIS and just whew.
But that wouldn't happen.
Akane says there's a way around that.
How on earth does she plan to do that?
Schrodinger's
cat.
No,
Oh,
not
hey, Kyle.
No, not at no, no. Not an answer, actually. Kanyu escaped the first nonary game, went on to create the second one in order to engineer a situation where Junpei would solve the Sudoku and transmit the solution to her in the past so she could escape to set the second one up.
Figured you'd come here eventually.
Where's Dr. Klein? Luna said you were with him.
He said he was tired, so he's off resting right now. There's a bedroom at the end of the hallway. He's in there if you're curious.
Where's Sigma's consciousness in Kyle's body? It's not.
Oh, right. He told me to turn on this hologram projector thing when you showed up.
Games shouldn't have epilogues. I believe this only shows up when you get every single file in the game, which is why the game didn't tell us it was here. This is like your secret bonus ending.
Want me to start it?
Why are we playing as Kyle? Because
Sure.
sometimes games flip perspectives.
Glad to see you. There isn't anything in particular that I have to tell you.
Doctor.
However, I imagine there are a great number of things weighing on your mind. I'd love to answer all your questions, but unfortunately, my circumstances make that an impossibility.
Bro, you're like in the next room.
I hope you can forgive me. Everything I know, Phi should also know. I have instructed her to answer any questions anyone might have. Anyone other than Kyle, that is.
What does he mean, other than Kyle?
Who knows? Is there anything you want to ask?
Right, well, I guess I may as well cut to the chase. Just who are you, Phi?
I'm not Superman, that's for sure. And I'm not Batman or Spider-Man or Aquaman or a merman or a wolfman. I'm not a Brahmin or Kamen or Ramen. I'm not a Cayman either, so you really don't need to worry about anything.
Please don't dodge the question. About 5 hours ago, Akane attacked you with a knife. That triggered something which sent your mind back to the past, correct? Specifically, you were sent to Point D, April 13th, 2029.
Start punching, Kyle. Start punching and don't stop.
On that date, your body was already in Akane's custody. Although by then you were in cold sleep. You wouldn't have regained consciousness, but your mind was now inhabiting that body. That pod was your home for 45 years. You slept there, frozen, until the time was right. Then on January 25th, 2074, you were finally thawed out, even though you didn't wake up. Still unconscious, you were carried to the AB room. That was when your consciousness changed bodies again. A version of you from December 25th, 2028 arrived, pushing you out and sending you back to December 25th, 2028. This is when you finally woke up. In 2028, you found and joined forces with Sigma, whose older mind was inhabiting his younger body.
Specifically, in 2028, in a week, you found him.
Together, you attempted to infiltrate the Mars mission test facility. Fortunately, your plan failed. The Radical Six did escape on New Year's Eve. That failure determined the path you followed. Instead of going along the line that branches out to the right from point E, you headed straight to point D. Point D being April 13th of the following year. That was the day that you made your way to Akane's hideout and asked to be put into one of the treatment pods. Another consciousness enters your body around that time from the future. It is, of course, the version of you that left your body when Akane attacked you in the garden. This caused the two versions of you to swap places, and you moved 45 years into the future, where you woke up on the garden floor. That put you on the line that comes here. So if we discount the time you spent in cold sleep, for you only 3.5 months have passed since that happened. That being when you were sent back into the past from the garden. Have I missed anything?
No, everything you talked about you got right.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I'm kind of an unknown variable in this equation. You could think of me as a kind of X factor. It's taken me the last 3.5 months to understand it.
I haven't understood anything in the last 3.5 seconds. Could you please explain?
Why didn't you say minutes? I breathed and got confused.
It's kind of like the relationship between classical mechanics and modern physics. Strictly speaking, you can't combine velocities with V1 plus V2.
Sassy Kyle is fun? I mean, yeah, but he does sound a bit like a porn game main character. And I don't even know what I mean by that. I just know I mean it. How would you... Well, that's the thing, I don't know. I've never played like a voice-acted porn game, but like, he just... Discord streams when? Never.
V1 plus V2 divided by 1 plus V1 times V2 over c squared is the actual equation.
Yeah, I remember that nonsense.
Of course, the sort of velocities we encounter in day-to-day life don't come close to being c squared, which is the speed of light squared.
Actually surprised me for a comparison. I don't know what it is.
That means that 1 plus V1 times V2 divided by c squared is usually going to evaluate to something pretty close to 1. Since that would mean dividing by 1, it's usually okay to just skip that step and use V1 plus V2. You see what I'm saying?
Tory Baker.
In most situations, it works, even if it isn't technically correct. So you knew enough to get the stuff you were talking about, right?
That's... Just say that! You didn't need to do any of the shit about velocity! You didn't need to go into any of that!
As long as you stick to that, you won't run into any problems.
I don't quite understand. In fact, I feel like you're dodging my questions.
So was that what you wanted to ask about?
No. What I really want to know is what happened between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028. You and Sigma infiltrated the Mars mission test site, didn't you?
Yes.
What happened there? How did Sigma lose his eye and both his arms? And why was Radical 6 in there in the first place? What could a deadly virus have to do with the simulated mission to space?
Sorry, but I can't tell you that.
Why?
Because it would change history. There is a history where the virus didn't escape. That's the line that goes to the right of point E. In that timeline, humanity isn't heading for annihilation, and Earth isn't red. The future is much brighter.
But if I tell you what you're asking me right now, then that reality will disappear.
How?
You understand?
No.
I don't. Why would all of that disappear if you told me what I want to know?
If you just say Schrodinger's cat and the game fucking fades to black, I'm gonna scream.
You're about to go back to the past, right?
The past? Don't be silly. I can't do that.
Then where the hell did you learn all this stuff? I just listened to you tell me a bunch of things you shouldn't have known about. You were sleeping in the pod in the garden. You just woke up. So how can you know all this? You know my past. Sigma's past.
I shall give you your answer. You are not Kyle Climb. Your body is Kyle's, but your consciousness is not. Think about it. Do you really believe you're Kyle? Or could you be someone else entirely?
Then, where is the real Kyle's consciousness?
He was thrown out when you entered. Right now, in a manner of speaking, he has arrived at December 25th, 2028. His consciousness has gone into a body from that time. I doubt you know how much the doctor loves Kyle. He raised him on his own. Kyle is irreplaceable. Do you really think he would go back to the past and leave Kyle behind here? I know what I told the others, that Kyle was Dr. Climb's spare, but that was not his only purpose. Kyle's consciousness is integral to what we are trying to accomplish. This new mission begins on Christmas and ends on New Year's Eve 2028. Its purpose will be to infiltrate the test facility and prevent the spread of the virus. For this to happen, Kyle is absolutely necessary.
And that is why he created him?
Yes.
So now that my consciousness has entered his body, the doctor has achieved his objective. Kyle has gone back to 2028 to participate in his mission.
Correct.
There's one thing that troubles me.
They didn't have an editing budget, they needed that money for the writer's drugs.
Kyle was created before reaching point B from point D. That means his body did not exist on Christmas in 2028. Does that mean he has entered my body? Have we just switched places?
I suppose you could put it that way, yes.
That's ridiculous. What's going to happen to me? You telling me I have to spend the rest of my life here in this box, living in a borrowed body?
No, not at all. You can travel freely through time and space. You are an uncontrolled variable that entered our closed system. As such, the rules of this world do not apply to you.
I love how this epilogue has actually like massively fucked my understanding of how all of this went down. Like, everything was a lot, but it made sense. And now we've put like Kyle in the mix, and which Sigma is talking right now? Who are we?
I have no idea what...
Please don't try to play dumb. I know what you are. Surely you must know by now, too. You are about to go into the past and save the world.
But he just...
Phi and Sigma, even with all of his future knowledge, will need your help.
So he's not... Sigma. He's someone else?
Only you can right the horrible wrongs of our past. Only you can save the world.
There's no way I...
Yes, there is. You have to. Don't you want to know the truth? Don't you want to know what happened in between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028?
I'm starting to think I really don't.
Well, yes, I do, but...
Then you must believe. Reality is shaped by what we believe reality should be.
Oh god, Zero Time Dilemma's gonna be ass.
If observation can change the motion of a particle, then how is it odd to think that human thought can shape reality? Your will can change history. The world will be reshaped into the one you imagine.
I don't really care anymore. Time doesn't matter. The motorcycles can go wherever.
Remember what I've told you.
I am gonna try and forget it.
Only you can change history. Only you can save the world.
A certain point of view. Caught a glimpse of another time. Good for me, eh? Am I done? Oh, hey. Kinda ending. Right, we're, like, there's... We're good? Hey, it's also a canny ending. We're good, though. We're finished. We're done. We're done. I 100%ed the game. We're good? We did it? Let me just open up Steam and check real quick. Did I get everything? You found it! Okay, Steam's not opening. Now you read all the files. I don't think this game has earned that from me, actually. Get the achievements? I'm trying, but Steam isn't opening. Oh, there we go. I got 29 out of 38. That seems about right. Given that a bunch of them are associated with 999. Well, given that most of the achievements I'm missing are, like, the majority of players have got them, I'm going to assume that they're associated with 999. Yeah, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, and the final one is get every achievement. This is it. I 100%ed the game. We did it. We're done. We're done. We never need to play VLR ever again. 999, 999, 999, 999. That's my phone number, actually. We just saw as an alternative end. Well, yeah, we're just gonna... The game should have gone ahead and said, that's it, you're done now. That last weird ending's not even canon. I really hate that it has anything to do with the canon, but okay. Like, that there's a canon, it can invade... Well, I am looking forward to Zero Time Dilemma. I think it's going to be terrible. This game isn't canon to its own timeline. I think it's going to be terrible, but it should effectively just be Sigma and Phi's journey to save the world. So I can't wait to see why it's not that. Reliable wikis are? Yeah. Well, let me give you all the links. Discord and YouTube. I mean, there's more links. I'm sure Orpheus will paste them in. But the Discord, you should join the Discord server if you haven't already. And even if you have, you should check out the Lot Events announcements channel. We have an event tomorrow, in 18 hours from now, actually. Where we'll be playing Gartic Phone, hosted by Mav. That's exciting. Yeah, we're not gonna play Zero Time Dilemma next week. Because next week is an important day. I just have an exclamation mark link and exclamation mark socials command to cover everything. Because I don't normally like to plug my throne and my Ko-Fi. Like, they're like, you know, you want to buy me a gift? You want to give me money? You probably don't. But if you do, you can. I don't know. Also, I will need to update whatever on earth this said. Yeah, because I am not familiar with Zero Time Dilemma. I know nothing about it. So that's gonna be interesting. That means technically you can speculate more than you could here without throwing me off somewhat. Should I get you the bathing suit I found on Throne? Sure. Excited to try my second-hand drawing tablet as someone who cannot draw at all to play Gartic Phone. I actually find Gartic Phone is so awkward, I just use my mouse anyway. Yeah, hopefully I'll see you all there. Let me see if there's anyone that I can raid. Do we have a raid message? Well, let's see if I have anyone I can raid first, I guess. I kind of talked for a bit because I forgot raiding was a thing. Oh, I need to end the recording for YouTube. I need to end the VOD. Goodbye, VOD people.